Broadcasting live from the realm of the goddess. This is 99.9. I am your host, Pythia. Welcome to the program. For those of you watching later, stick with us. Today we're going to be journeying through the realms of the goddess using the Goddess Power Oracle deck. People are going to be calling into the show, popping into the chat room. I'll be interacting with them directly. But if you stick with us, we're going to go through all 52 cards of this beautiful deck and do a little background research on each of the goddesses. It should be a fun journey. As well, we'll have the good vibes messages bumping and a pumping. Okay, so without further ado, if you're watching later, thank you so much for finding this channel. If you want to interact with us, please find the subscribe button and smash the like button. If you find this enjoyable, it's average content at best, but the people that gather here tend to really like it, so we're appreciative of all that come to watch and hang out with us. And speaking of which, I think we have some people here now, which is great. Yes, everyone's going to get added today. There are free readings for the first 52 people, believe it or not. So these aren't Q&A readings, alright? They're not Q&As. These are special readings for awakening, for ascension, for self-discovery, and the messages be, we're gonna have a little fun today. We're gonna do personalized spirit messages, and we're also going to look up the history of the goddesses that will be guiding us through today's time and space. So I've written down Emmanuel, JK, hi Gregorius Soul, welcome to the program, Gregorius. Good to have you here. Alright, perfect. Critica, I see Critica. Autumn Smith, okay, we got people wanting these readings. Critica, Autumn Smith, good to have everybody here today. So nice when the crowd is fluent and bumping. Alright, so I'm not sure what we got here. It won't show me. Okay, here we go. So we'll jump into it and add new people as they arrive, just like Libra Cusp 23. Hi Libra Cusp. You're on the Virgo Libra Cusp, if I'm not mistaken. Welcome to the program. I've got your name jotted down. So we'll just go in order today. I am keeping a list. These readings should go by rather quickly, so with a little bit of patience. And you guys know that I let my members go first if they show up. So if you get bumped, it's just due to the terrible company policy here at 99.9. But know that we love y'all and I appreciate you for being here today. So Emmanuel 1-6, I'm going to go ahead pull the goddess card for you. So this is what everybody's going to be receiving today on their turn. You're going to get a pull from the Colette Baron Reed, the Goddess Oracle deck. Should be awesome. Then you're going to get 2 messages from the Good Vibes Only pocketbook. And then you're going to get a dragon card, okay? Which is equivalent to a minor arcana in the tarot. So just if you, at one point in time in your reading, I'm going to ask you to put something in the forefront of your mind. Maybe it's that which you're trying to attract, or the person that you're thinking of, whatever it is. And then the good vibes messages, so the goddess is more about you. The good vibes message that you want, I'm going to ask you to put something in your mind and relate the message you get from this book to that. And then the little dragon card is just going to be what might be up in the next couple days for you. So that should be fun. It should be positive, good vibes all the way. So we'll begin with Emmanuel 1-6. And don't worry, I'm not going to be waiting around like trying to find out people's turns. People show up, I'm going to write them down on the list. They're going to get their reading, and then we're going to keep moving forward today. All right, so lots of love. Everybody's here, and that's good. So it goes like this so far. Emmanuel, JK, Gregorius, Critica, Autumn, Tarot, and Libra Cusp. So this is how we're rolling this morning. So Emmanuel, I hope you're ready. Here we go. Oh, this is very cool. I like this, Emmanuel. This is Nike, the goddess of ambition. Now, I don't have the Oracle book here with you today, but she is, like, you know, the company Nike is named after this in terms of being very athletic and fleet of foot. She was hold on, let's just pull up a little bit of information for Nike. Should be a time. She's a beautiful goddess. You can see the winged crown on her head. I don't know, here we go, a little bit of mythology for you to get in touch with the goddess of Nike. Alright. Nike is also synonymous in Greek for victory and personified victory. Okay, so in Rome, her equivalent goddess was that of Victoria. So this is nice. Whatever situation you have going on right now, Emmanuel, the Nike is kind of assuring you that a victory here, and it's in line with your ambitions. It's in line with what you want to do. And I know that the wings are symbolic for you, just in my knowingness of you, Emmanuel, in your flight school, and in your training right now. So the ambition that you have, let it flow out of you. Let other people see how ambitious you are. You don't have to worry about looking like a nerd or looking like a brown noser or looking like somebody like a tryhard, I think the kids are calling it these days. Let your ambition flow out of you, and other people will recognize it, and it's kind of going to be what sets you apart. So I really like that for you. Alright, Emmanuel, I want you to put something into your mind right now, something that you really think about a lot, something you care about. It could be a person, could be like a dream, it could be any number of things, a question that you have. And now that you've got it in your mind, here come your two good vibes messages. Okay? First message is follow your passion, follow your heart, and the things that you need will come. Alright, Emmanuel? It also says it doesn't matter what you do, it matters who you are. So whatever you were thinking about, approach it in those steps. Okay? You have passion and ambition, they go hand in hand. And you can be certain to find out exactly what it is that is going to be gifted to you in regards to your pursuits. So it's nice. Very positive energy surrounding these readings today. You've got the Two of Swords up for your minor arcana. So still some small decisions that are kind of influencing the big decision going on in your life right now. So it's you're kind of having to think on the fly a little bit, is what this is saying, right? Decisions maybe, and the timingness of them, they seem to come like relatively quick. I got to get this figured out right now. You know, I really don't have enough research. I don't have enough understanding on this topic to make a decision right now. So you got to be quick to find out, because you don't want to let these decisions linger too long or delay too far back in the day, because the future is happening to you. This is Nike. This is about leading and taking the charge and flying into the unknown as well. So yeah, the great symbology of the wings here too. Rest assured. They're there. They're like attached to you. So I see success for you in your endeavors. Okay. So nice reading there for Emmanuel 1-6. Really, really cool. All right. Now we're gonna move on to JK. If we have any new people, I see Mima is here. I'll check you in, Mima, and I'll also check you in. Regina, welcome, Regina. Good to have you here. You may be added to the list. You are added to the list. It's not even a maybe. You're welcome so much. Emmanuel, I don't know about your firewall, what's going on here, but I always have to approve your messages. I am the host, Pythia, and I approve this message. Okay, JK, let's do it. Let's see what goddess comes forward for JK. Whoa, JK doesn't mess around. She pulls out the big goddess Athena. That's pretty noble. That's impressive. Actually, I really enjoy this card for you, JK. It's amazing how the wisdom is highlighted in this card. She is the goddess of knowledge, but it's amazing to me how wisdom, it's embedded into the artistry like of this card. You can see with sort of the tiara or the crown that she wears. It's a symbol for the flow of information, especially with the owl being there of like the same color. It's about how this information can fly, how this information can flow. Now, she had one of the greatest cities in the world named after her, right? This is Athens. So this is about feeling at home, feeling comfortable, not being afraid of information that is yet to be dispelled or verified. So for whatever that means for you, JK, the knowledge is abundant, and the knowledge is wanting to flow through you. Okay? And it's interesting because we well up in knowledge. We like just make the conscious decision to take in knowledge through our five senses and through reading and activities like that. But then as knowledge like kind of fills up like a cup overflowing, it begins to turn into wisdom, because once you have the ability to express and share the knowledge, the more people would see you as like, not just like there's an intellectual person, or there's a knowledgeable person, there's an adept person in their field. They're just kind of taken aback of being like, no, that's actually like a very wise person. So let's just go into this a little bit, right? Athena is an ancient Greek goddess associated with wisdom, handicraft, and warfare, who is later synergized with the Roman goddess Minerva. Athena was regarded as the patron and protectress of the various cities. Greece, particularly the city of Athens, from which she received her name. She's usually shown in art wearing a helmet and holding a spear. Her major symbols include owls, olive trees, snakes, and the Gorgonian. Amazing how that links up. From her origin as an Aegean palace goddess, Athena was closely associated with the city. She was known as Peleus and Polychios, and her temples were usually located atop of a fortified acropolis in the center part of the city. The Parthenon on the Acropolis is dedicated to her, along with the numerous other temples and monuments. As a patron of craft and weaving, Athena was also known as Ergon. She was a warrior goddess. She was believed to lead soldiers into battle as Athena. Her main festival in Athens was the Pananthea, which is celebrated during the month of, I think, August, in midsummer. The name it's giving me is like super hard to pronounce. And it's the most important festival on the Athenian calendar. So, daughter of Zeus, what else can we say? She beat Poseidon in a competition over the city of Athens by creating the first olive tree. I believe the story goes they were both like Jupiter asked them each to create something, and like I can't remember what Poseidon offered. It was pretty epic though. But then Athena like gave an olive branch, and Jupiter liked it more. So very interesting background on this. I hope you don't mind that we go into a little bit of background as we do these readings. It's kind of fun. Absolutely. Virgos are wise people. I like that. Okay, so Athena, goddess of wisdom, letting the information flow. Okay, and sometimes, whatever it is, JK, what Spirit's saying here is a simple idea is usually the best. It's usually it's the surprise. It's like the Cinderella story. It could be such a simple idea that would best something way more elaborate and complex in any situation. Oh, I'm shuffling the wrong deck. It's time for your good vibe message, JK. So I want you at this point in time right now to put something in your mind, something that you think about, something that you want, something that you're curious about, something that you're hoping to get closer to, or whatever it is that you want to think about, that one thought that, drives you. And these are your messages from the good vibes. Message 1. Positive positive vibes, positive life. The second message is, you're perfect when you're comfortable being yourself. Alright, so we don't ever have to put on airs. We never have to put on airs for other people. We never have to, you know, it can be difficult and binding sometimes when we get ourselves into situations where we don't feel like ourselves. Something's happening in the environment and you get that gut feeling like, I just don't belong. The wisdom is probably telling you something there. You know, it might be time to rearrange some social structures in your life and things of that nature. A seven of spades, 7 of swords coming up for you here, Athena. So you're building a bridge here between your knowledge and your wisdom right now, and I get a feeling for it. I think you know there's certain thoughts that you have, or certain thoughts that arrive when you have to deal with other people, that sometimes make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. It's always this game of push and pull. Like, you know, I can hear you in my mind. I can see you clear as day, and you're not there. And there's some certain thoughts in your mind that just don't serve you. They take away your time. They take away your energy when they are too prevalent in your mind, almost like a thief in the night. You know, the 7 of swords. You know the 7 of swords from the tarot deck, right? It's the guy slinking away with the other 2 swords, right? So this is all about protection. This is about being honest enough with yourself to throw out the thoughts that while they may be enjoyable, you know that they're just not helping. They're not so helpful, right? Okay, so JK, really glad that you were here today. Okay, it's good stuff. Alright, so for the new people that have checked in, sorry I was in the middle of the reading and they do take most of me, take all of me. Let me know that you're here and I'll get you guys checked in. For those of you waiting on the list, Gregorius is next, then Critica, then Autumn Phoenix, then Libra Cusp, then Mima, then Regina. Hi Mima, good to see you here. Lumiere, good to have you here. Lumiere, I'll check you in. Alright, let me just check back up, see if there's a few folks still here. I see Jenna M, Lakshmi, right? Lakshmi, what is it? Om Mahalakshmi Namaha. Lakshmi, Lippy 888. Lippy, Lakshmi. Got you, Lakshmi Namaha. Jenna, what's up? Hey Jenna, good to have you here. You're looking beautiful in your little micro dot over there. I can hardly see you guys, you're so little. Lumiere, welcome Lumiere. Make sure we got Lumiere written down. Excellent. And then June Flower coming in. You got style, you got grace, you got super chat in my face. You're a June Flower. Hi June Flower. You heard yourself a little bit of a song there. Okay. It says, my Jim Dandy. Jim Dandy to the rescue. Jim Dandy to the rescue. Alright. Just a little fun. Having some fun. So June will be next. Thank you so much for the super chat, June. These are all love readings. These are special spirit messages. We've got a cool format going on today. Alright, so I'll read for June Flower and then I will update the list once again. We're trying to move through these as quickly as possible so nobody has to wait too long. If you do have to miss, I'm going to be going by the list. Just try and stay current in the chat if you can. If you can't, I'll come back around to you. So we got lots going on today. Hi. Alright, June Flower, get ready. Here comes your goddess. June Flower, this is Isis, the goddess of rebirth. Do you feel as though, like, sometimes in your life, like, love might have felt like a game of give and take, or like it seemed more like waves of love came? You experienced times where like everything was truly heightened and you felt in those highest like possible vibes of love, And then other times it was like love seemed absent, or love seemed to like abandon maybe you or the situation, or it felt as though it wasn't up to you whether or not you could be happy. It was almost as if you spent years at times looking at outside sources to become the essence or the center of your happiness. And there's nothing wrong with that. But Isis, as the goddess of rebirth, whatever path we feel most stable in, with our rebirth and our life here on earth, and the death process, and then the rebirth process, the cyclical nature of it all, it's usually the thing that we find to be our center that is challenged by rebirth. It's challenged by the kind of the refinement process, when you're absolutely like transformed right down to the core, sometimes by certain acts, sometimes by certain people, and sometimes by certain methods. This is Isis, the goddess of rebirth. So expect complete, full healing transformation in your lifetime and in this lifetime. It's a confirmation that your soul is evolving, your spirit is evolving, and the way in which you perceive life here on earth has evolved, and you're now thinking about this rebirth process, or how your newfound positioning as a powerful co-creator and goddess, right? That's why we're all here. We're doing the goddess thing, right? And goddess steps up to the next level of their own understanding, imagination, and bliss. And then you conduct your affairs from a higher vantage point, a higher level. So Isis was a major goddess in ancient Egypt. Her worship spread around the world. Well, at that time was like Greece and Rome. Isis was first mentioned in the Old Kingdom all the way back to 2686 BC. She was one of the main characters in the Osiris myth, which she resurrects her dead husband, the divine king of Osiris, and she produced and protected her heir Horus. She was believed to help the dead enter the afterlife as she had helped Osiris, and she was considered divine among the mother of the pharaohs, who likened to Horus. Her material aid was invoked in healing spells to benefit ordinary people. Originally, she played a limited role in the royal rituals and the temple rites, although she was more prominent in funerary practices and magical texts. She was usually portrayed in arts as a human woman wearing a throne-like hieroglyph on her head. During the New Kingdom, as she took on traits that originally belonged to Hathor, the preeminent goddess of earlier times, Isis was portrayed as wearing Hathor's headdress, a sun disk between the horns of a cow. So, this is all about, realizing our place in the stars, which is a really, loving and interesting message. When she appears here in your reading, expect these big changes and expect your reaction to them to be, natural and how right action just occurs, because these are all traits and symptoms of people who are moving up the scale in their rebirth processes. It is really, really, very much so interesting stuff. Okay, June Flower, now is the part of the reading where I'm going to ask you to put a thought in your mind, something you were wondering about, something you were curious about. You had asked for a love reading, so maybe these are the messages concerning that. June, it says, message 1, pleasure is always derived from something outside of you, whereas joy arises from within. Right? You got that? Pleasure is always derived from something outside of you, whereas joy arises from within. Do you seek pleasure, or do you seek joy? That's what the love reading would have asked. A generous heart, kind speech, and a life of service and compassion are things that renew humanity. And they get that love vibration absolutely bumping all around you. Alright, June, and now here comes your dragon card. Should be quite interesting. Let's get it going here. Wow, it's amazing. I'm not even going to sing Aerosmith. June Flower, this is amazing. You got the Ten of Swords. There's a big change that's going to happen quick. It's like even a shift of thinking that you have. We talked about the rebirth process. The Ten of Swords, Ten of Spades is all about the rebirth process. It's all about having taken enough. And I found it interesting early in the reading when we were talking that, I talked a little bit about your past and a little bit about all of the things that lead up to the current moment in space and time. I feel as though you're entering into a time, maybe this year or early next year or sometime in the very near future, where you turn over this Ten of Swords moment. You have this rebirth moment. Perhaps you've been seeing a lot of synchronicities, and you may even be experiencing a little bit of deja vu, which means that the mind, almost like how the snake will shed its skin, the mind will shed itself and purge itself of all of the old thoughts, memories, the useless ones that still maybe rile up emotion within you, and you will kind of be like reborn to a new beginning in the mind's journey. It's almost like, putting chapters of your life away and concerning yourself with them no longer. It's very interesting. Your mind is ready for a big jolt of inspiration. And I think it's going to happen for you. And it's going to change a lot about your life and about, how you feel and where you want it to be. So, that's good. Alright, let's just update the list for everybody. Looking to hear from Gregorius, from Critica. Then we have Autumn, Libra Cusp, Mima, Regina, Lumiere, Lippy, Lakshmi, Jenna, and I see a few other people here today. I see Drasti. Hi, Drasti. And Dion. Sorry about that, everybody. Had to just jump up real quick. Just like the boot, scoot, and boogie. Get down, turn around, go to town, the boot and scoot and boogie. Alright, I see Dion. I've checked in Suditi. Hopefully I'm saying that wrong. Drasti, we got it. Cool, everybody's still here. That's hanging out. Not sure about Gregorius. Gregorius, you have one moment to call us on the line, and then I see Critica has been so patient in terms of waiting for her turn, so let's go ahead and get Critica on there. We heard from her first. You heard it here first, folks. Let's go, Critica. Should be fun time. Let's see where your goddess is hiding and what she wants to say. This is a beautiful card. This is 11. Demeter, nurturer. Okay, we should jump right into a little bit of research about this goddess Critica. What can the picture tell us? She almost reminds me of a Queen of Wands or a Page of Wands in the tarot deck. This is all about understanding love, and you can see from the bright light behind her head, this has a lot to do with soul connection, with that link between the consciousness that is you, what you know to be you, and source, right? Source is, and that feeling and that vibe that love and source give us is kind of counterintuitive to say, well, if I exist and it exists, obviously there's a gap there. And people always talk about becoming one with it, right? So this is where the power and the nature of the mother and the perennial discussion of nurture versus nature. Demeter here is the Olympian goddess of the harvest and agriculture, presiding over the grains and the fertility of the earth. So you can see she's got the grains there in her hand. She is as the giver of food or grain, okay, law bringer and a mark of civilized existence of the agricultural society. Okay, so with this nurture, Critica, comes justice. So maybe what Spirit has got to say here is about you moving past old tendencies of jealousy or unfairness, and more to a quick connect, a realization, and a connection with Source, bridging the gap and the distance between your mind and the will and the mind of what's good for everyone. You have a beautiful opportunity here to give your love and to send your love without any fear of how that's going to be, if it's going to be returned, or if anyone's going to bounce it back, or if anyone will appreciate it or not. You just say, I'm done caring about what other people think, or whether or not it's going to pay off or not. I'm just going to give my love freely and excitedly and altruistically, and whatever I give my love to will grow, because I am the nurturer. This is Demeter. It's almost like, you know, how King Midas could touch the stuff and it would turn to gold. Demeter was like the one that, you know, could touch it and then it could become nourishing. It's very beautiful. It lets me know there's a divine connection as well with mother or daughter or sister. Your soul family is present in this and saying you will always have a place, no matter how far we have to travel, no matter how far we have to go. Something about long distance, okay, and trains. I don't know why trains. These ancient goddesses, they stay current with the current times. And you know, as we have our angels and spirits and our guides, sometimes it's nice to directly reach out, whether to give or to receive, right? Because Demeter's in control. She gives what she wants to give, and she will reach out when she is ready to receive. So there may be a message in that for you as well, Critica. All right. Now, I want you to put something in your mind, something that, you know, is fresh or that you like to think about, okay? A question you wanted to have answered. And we're going to get some good vibes about that question. And your messages are as such. We rise by lifting others and own who you are. So that own who you are message kind of reinforces what we heard from Demeter, in that you're going to just, I feel, to begin to start giving freely, not to the point where it like taps you out of your energy or makes you sad or sick or upset or tired, because it won't do that anymore. You will see direct evidence of the areas that you give your love to actively will begin to improve in their quality and in their texture in your life, right? It's almost a story like somebody that goes out and paints their neighborhood, you know, and then, you know, revitalizes their community or their neighborhood, and then, you know, not only does everybody get to enjoy it again, but once the work's done, then they enjoy it again. They see the fruitfulness of that work. Alright, and your dragon card. The Knave of Cups. Okay, so this is about offering your love, or a love offering could be coming in. Okay, somebody might be asking you out. Somebody might be offering you some time and attention to spend with you. Right? I get this this feeling that you are just going to be on the receiving end of an invitation. I hope that you take it. I hope that you're willing to take a chance on this particular knave, and you're willing to go into new areas where you have the opportunity to start experimenting and trying out how it feels just to give your love freely in a very protected and smart way. That's Demeter for you, and this is going to attract love into your life. Okay, Critica? So thanks for that. I hope you enjoyed your reading today with Demeter. Nice. Good to see that card. It's really interesting. It's good stuff. I like that. All right, don't worry, Jenna. You didn't miss your turns yet. Hey, Wheat Tins, I'll check you in. If there's anybody else that has joined the party while I was on that reading, please let me know. I see Great Oceans. Good to have you here, Great Oceans. I'll check you in. Great Oceans, and then I'll recap the list. You're welcome, Critica. Thank you for being here. It goes Autumn Phoenix, then Libra Cusp, then Mima, Regina, Lumiere, Lippy, Lakshmi, Jenna, Drasti, Dion, Wheat Tins, and Great Oceans. And I need to keep track here. Alright. Good. So, who's next? Autumn Phoenix. If you are here, please let us know, Autumn Phoenix. And Libra Cusp, if you're still around, let me know. Hi, Be Wise. Welcome. Be Wise. Yes. Oh, be wise, Kenobis. You're welcome, Jenna. We'll just give Autumn Phoenix and Libra Cusp just a minute to see who's here as we progress on through down to Electric Avenue, and then we take it higher. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the program. Don't forget to hit the like button. Yes, Autumn Smith. Sorry, I keep saying Autumn Phoenix, but it's Autumn Smith. Sorry, we have two Autumns, and then I didn't see you in the chat for a while. We have Autumn Phoenix and we have Autumn Smith, so it's good to have you, Autumn Smith. I'll go ahead. I go right ahead. Okay, Autumn. That's who's next. 1 second. Whoa. Autumn Smith. I'm kind of like a one-man band here, so thanks for being patient with me. This is a very interesting card. This is a Norse goddess that you have pulled here from the deck today. Her name is Skuld, and she represents the future. You can see it's almost as though the mental clarity with which this goddess has is kind of, it's unparalleled by none. You know, with a clear vision of the future. Think about it. If you could have a time machine and go to the future and know what was going to happen and then come back to the present, and you could, like, invest a whole bunch of money properly, you know, people would be like, you know, how did that person get so smart? Why is that person so wise? Perhaps there is an opportunity for you when we see this goddess for you to kind of do some future vision questing, maybe see what, you know, you think might happen in the future and test that against, like, how it makes you feel. And you may even be, like, gifted in terms of being able to make predictions through people, through intuitive gifts, clairvoyance, the ability to read tarot or intuit astrology, anything of that nature is kind of building within you. And it's nice to see there. Like I said, I think this is a Norse god. Let's go ahead and check her out in history. Alright. Skuld, the name which means possibly debt and is related to the English word should, is a norm in Norse mythology. Okay, along with Urur, the Norse god of fate, and Varaundi, the god of the present, Skuld makes up a trio of Norns that are described as the fates, the three fates of the people. Skuld appears in at least 2 poems as a Valkyrie. Alright, so she likes to help out, but it's all about being called upon, and it's all about using the gifts that you have. Like, if you're thinking about making more, the best way to success is take what you have now and use that to build to the next step, and then the next step, and then the next step. It's not always like a huge leap of faith that takes us into the next chapter of our life, or for the sake of for the future, right? It's about building this pathway. It's about building this staircase, and it's about taking what you have and making more. So see what you've got, see what could be expected, see what your intuition tells you at this time, and this Norse goddess is probably going to be at your side through, helping really distinguish what your accurate intuition and what your feelings can often tell you about people, about, places, where you might go and where you might decide not to go, ultimately affecting your timeline or the life path, right? And we've pulled a lot of like Egyptian goddesses over the last little bit, but for her to be here in a Norse mythology as part of the three fates, and even the ancient Greek goddesses talked about the fates, which seem to be like before them or beyond them. This tells us, because the Norse mythology goes back even further, that she was one of the three fates, past, present, and future. So really beginning to be able to manifest in the third dimension, from the root material, from the base cause, through, almost like they would call it sweat and hard work these days, but it really is about that. So it's very nice, and I love the aqua energy here, like being all about your communication, speak the future. It's got that indigo, it's not indigo, I can't even think it. It's that throat chakra color energy. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Surround yourselves with like opals and gems and the crystalline grid at this time, and you will even begin to open up wider visions into the future. So I really like that, Autumn. It's really cool. Let's go ahead and get your good vibes. I'll go ahead and ask you to put a thought into your mind, what you want, what you're thinking about, who you're thinking about, and just put that into your mind right now. Take a deep breath, and here comes your good vibes messages. Message 1, joy is not in things, it is in us. Message 2, the secret of happiness is to make others believe that they are the cause of it. And that is because that is true. They actually are the cause of it. You're just witnessing a truth when that occurs, and it provides that secret of happiness that comes in there, which is really nice. All right. Hang tight, Lippy. You're on the list. We're gonna get a dragon card out for Autumn Smith, and we're gonna blaze on down this list. All right, the 5 of diamonds. We think about the 5 of coins in the tarot. Everybody says, "Oh, they've been left out in the cold." Someone's left out in the cold when they see the 5 of coins. It's just terrible, re-parroted stuff. But the 5 of coins is one of the most spiritual cards in the lower arcana in the tarot, because the 5 of coins shows us our obstacles and our goals more clearly than any of the other cards. So that ties in very nicely with the future, because we want to be able to have the foresight to avoid obstacles and have the foresight to find a direct path to our goal. Remember that, with your message, that it begins within us, right? There's something about it begins within us. That joy and that happiness, it's like the light that shines into the darkness of the future, right? If the etheric realm, the crystalline grid, and the 3D world, if you match your vibration of joy and happiness to that, it will set forth for you very distinguished pathways that, to an enlightened mind or to a higher sense of intuition, you'll always be able to tell that the path that you're on is the right one, is the way that you went, right? So, taking in that, don't worry about finances. Look to the future for your answers. See how what you have now can be used to create that which you want, or that which you're going towards. It's Skuld, the goddess of the future. And so nice to have you on the program today, Autumn. It's a real pleasure. All right. Gregorius, you missed your turn, my friend. I gotta recycle you back down into the bottom of the list. We had called on you there. Alright. So that's really good. Let's see, who else has joined the room today? Connie, welcome. I'll check you in, Connie. Connie, good to see you. I see and Suditi. What's up, Suditi? Suditi. All right, good stuff. All right. So today we're doing the goddess message readings. We've been cruising on down our list, which is really, really good. I enjoy that. All right. Next up, we have Libra cusp. If Libra cusp is here, and also Mima, would love to hear from Libra cusp or Mima. Libra cusp was first. We'll just give you a minute and give my brain a minute to decompress. All right. That's good. I'm glad you got that. You had a beautiful goddess there, Autumn Smith. So happy if that could resonate for you. All right. Waiting on either Libra cusp or Mima. I see Mima in the chat room. Just want to give Libra cusp a quick minute. It sucks when you guys, like, if something happens and you miss out on, like, right when it was your turn. I'll always just give a quick minute for that. Take a quick minute for myself. And I want to encourage you all out there to take moments, take time for yourselves. Take care of your needs. Put yourself in a path of, I call it indestructibility, but the ladies, the divine, the goddesses, they might see it a little bit differently. All right. It is 99.9 Good Vibes Goddess. I'm your host, Thea. And next we're going to be moving on to Mima Love, as Libra Cusp has not been able to enter the chat room in time. Mima, welcome. Welcome, Mima. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these goddesses up. Steve. Welcome, Steve. Back to Mima. Mima. Such playful energy. I don't know much about this goddess at all. This is Lostri? Hopefully I'm saying that wrong. She almost looks like she could be a from the Nordic traditions too. But saying here, number 13, the goddess of new beginnings. And this goddess is almost like looking at us, looking at me, looking at you, being like, I seem to recognize you. I seem to find myself in you. I seem to see the parts of you that I don't like in myself. I see a side of you that nobody else sees. In fact, I'm seeing it all very clearly right now. And it's time for a new beginning. It's time to move forward from this. No matter your journey, no matter your timeline, no matter the walk you walk and the talk you talk, your journey is always beginning. It is like perpetual. It doesn't have a starting point, and it doesn't have an end. It is eternally always just beginning. That's how Gaia rolls. That's how our consciousness and our collective love for one another goes. It's how these higher vibrational things come into our lives and have the ability to help us, to provide for us in a time of new beginnings. Okay, hopefully I can find out a little bit more information. Here we go. I can't say it very well, but there's a lot here on her. Estora, we'll call her Estora, a Germanic goddess, who, by the way of the Germanic month bearing her name, Northumbrian West, is the namesake of the festival of Easter in some languages. Easter, that makes sense. Wester, so this goddess of Easter, is attested solely by Bede in the 8th century work, The Reckoning of Time, where Bede states that the pagan Anglo-Saxons held feasts in Easter honors, but that this tradition had died out by this time, replaced by the Christian month, the celebration of the resurrection of Jesus. So we celebrate Easter in recognition of Jesus dying on the cross and being resurrected 3 days later. Was that a new beginning, or was that I'd say that was a new beginning. But the time of the year in which this happened actually was traditionally already a very powerful time of the year anyways for this, right? So even prior to like times of BC, this is kind of like where you can create. This is like being able to create things or speak things into reality, just because of your fierce recognition, maybe in regards to how old, like that you're an old soul, and that you remember these times and these places and these particular laws of nature and laws of the cosmos, so that you feel comfortable enough to guide yourself through these things. So again, with the recognition of all that you know, of all that's happened to you, that's brought you right to this moment in space and time, remember the perennial nature of nature itself, and the perennial nature of your energy fields and of your perceptions, that it is new, that we should wake up thinking that it's new, that we should do things in a way where we can add to the dynamic or the creativity of each and every day by the realization that each day has to have a new beginning. If you want it, you don't have to do this. I'm just saying this is an exercise that's coming through, right? That if you incorporate something new, inspiring, or interesting into your day, or if you wake up with constructive thoughts at the very beginning of each day, you wake up and you tell yourself, I'm wide awake. Even if you're not, tell yourself, I'm wide awake, right? Rather than telling yourself, oh, I'm so sleepy, right? Because then it will be harder to get your energy field together and do these sorts of things. Very interesting goddess here, Germanic goddess of Easter. Very interesting. Very Easter egging. Okay, it's Halloween. Don't egg my house. Okay. Mima, I want you to put a thought in your mind. Here come your good vibe messages for the day. Okay. Very interesting. Every day brings new choices. Dude, that's crazy. You can't make this stuff up. You can't write this stuff. And it says don't sweat the small stuff. Don't sweat the technique. Don't sweat the small things. Never worry about stuff that, even if it went absolutely sideways, could not really affect you more than, for a minute. Or something like that. It's like you don't need to bring it to bed with you. You don't need to bring it home with you. In fact, any extra weight that you feel like you're carrying right now feels like would be a good time to shrug it off, dust it off, something of that nature. Because the perpetualness of each and every day, it's beginning to set in with you. You may run into somebody that you haven't seen in a great number of years, I feel, as well. And you will recognize them, and it will take them a minute to recognize you, or vice versa. But eventually you will end up connecting with someone from your past. Alright. It's the old maid. It's the Queen of Spades. It's the Queen of Swords. Okay. It's about the sharp acuity of perception and discernment, really, as well. We talk about being able to define these differences between right and wrong, hot and cold, or black and white, night and day, right? There's really just always varying degrees between hot and cold. There's no such thing. There's only variable degrees in between. You're never in true darkness. You're never in true silence. It's always just varying degrees of the same thing. So remember, with language, maybe one of the new beginnings for you is to become aware of how powerful labels are in terms of their ability to create into reality ideas and things that come about. What you think about, you bring about, right? All of this kind of stuff. The Queen of Swords is saying you're maybe at the precipice of this power or this ability within you. Okay? All right, Mima. Lots of love. All right. Whew. Hang on a second, wheat tins. I will update the list right now. If we see any other people here, I can check them in. Welcome, Nikki Manahakam. Mecca like a hi, Mecca honey ho. Welcome, Nikki. Good to have you here on the program. Oh, Nikki, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki. Okay. Looking for Regina or Lumiere, and then it goes like this. Lippy, Lakshmi, Jenna, Drasti, Dion, Wheat Thins, Great Oceans, Be Wise, Gregorius with chance number 2, Connie, Suditi, Mickey, and I see Steve is in. Never fear, Steve is here, directly hanging out. I don't know if he's having a beer. Libra cusp, you're so silly. You miss your turn, silly. Just by one though, so we'll get you in here right now. You got flipped with Mima. So we're going to do Libra cusp, then Regina, then Lumiere, Lippy and Lakshmi and Jenna. You should be ready in the next, 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so. Drasti, Dion, Wheat Tins, Great Oceans, Be Wise. You guys got about half an hour. Gregorius, Connie, Kuriti, Mickey, and Steve. You guys are looking like about an hour's wait at present time. That's what happens when it's free. All right. May I be ad? I'm doing yours right now, Libra Cusp 23. It's the Goddess Oracle Hour here on 99.9. Good vibes all the time. Okie dokie, Libra Cusp. Hecate, the goddess of the in-between. Now, they have a very special place in ancient Greece, I believe. There's a lot of crown chakra energy going on here. It's almost as if, like, divine timing, divine wisdom have been guiding you to higher levels of emotional intelligence. Okay, this is for Libra cusp. I feel as though, she says, if you are able to listen carefully and closely enough and quiet your mind, you are going to receive more direct messages from the higher vibrations, from the higher planes. So this is good energy to have around you. This is also protective energy, okay? This is all about protecting what was good, protecting what was real, and protecting what was important, okay? So let's go back in time to talk to Hecate. Hecate is the goddess in ancient Greek, most often shown holding a pair of torches or a key, and later periods depicted in triple form. She is variously associated with crossroads, i.e. the in-between, entranceways, night, light, magic, witchcraft, the knowledge of herbs, ghosts, and sorcery. Her early appearance in literature was in Hesiod's Theogony in the last part of the 8th century, so 800 years before Jesus. Now, she was regarded and worshipped, right, in Athens as a protector of the household, okay, alongside Zeus, Juno, Hermes, and Apollo. So she was pretty important. She was sent as a protector. She probably has the ability of like healing light, healing action, healing love, divine protection. This is kind of like when people talk about divine timing and divine knowledge. These are beautiful things to have in your repertoire, in your life, but they're also protective mechanisms, you know. It's like it's the reason why you don't get hit by a bus, and you never will get hit by a bus. It's the reason why the angels tend to you and your spirit guides can speak to you. And even if you listen close enough and get into that vibration, you can talk back and forth with the goddesses that come from within, and the light that the goddesses have put there that have come from within. So it's really nice. But you have a choice. You have a choice to make. Okay, this is a big life choice, I feel, coming up for you. We can't deny that she is the protector at the crossroads, at the in-between, at the gate. So perhaps this choice that you need to make, she's saying just know where the time is better spent. That's all she's saying to you in terms of guiding you. where is there more value for your time? Where is there more, even like, I feel like generosity, or in what role are you protecting another? And how is the time being spent in service, or is it being spent in adventure? And see if you can find a path that balances those things out in your life. Okay, Libra cusp. I want you to put something in your mind, Libra cusp, and I'll go ahead and get the good vibe messages for you for today's reading. Okay. Message 1, Libra cusp. It's never too late to take a leap of faith and see what will happen, and to be brave in your life. Message 2, act as if what you do makes a difference, okay, because it does. Absolutely, 100%. So this is asking you, ultimately, for your life and the choices you make to guide and plan forth and carry forth the path before you in your life. The conscious mind wants to put forward a decision that is going to make not only you but everybody that you share the vibration of love with very happy. Okay, and if you are lucky enough to count those people on 2 hands, that's great. If you can only count them on 1 hand, that's great too. And somebody may be revealing a secret to you. They may be, I don't necessarily coming clean, but they may tell you something that they've kept to themselves for a long time. So don't be surprised if that happens. It was always a little bit of this, secrecy around this sector, this knowledge of that there was guidance in terms of where to go. Because in these times, most people in ancient times, they didn't have the ability to choose their path. Their path was so conditioned in them, and they were born into these things and these class structures that oftentimes these people did not have large transformations in their life. You would never hear about this changing career paths 2 or 3 times, which is very normal for us today. So she's saying in this, as well, grab and glean all of the light that you can off of your experiences in this life. Alright, Libra, you've got the 7 of Swords up in your Dragon card here today as well. Yeah. There may be some information as well that you might want to decide to keep to yourself for a while longer. You may not feel like the time is right to dispel information. This could be about other people. This could be about what you know. This could be a lot of different things. So, whatever the message here is, just saying to wait. Don't do anything, brash or sudden or without really thinking through all the aspects of potential consequences in terms of your actions. And it's not like the little stuff like going to the grocery store, nothing like that. This is about other larger stuff that you consider, or other knowledge that you're wondering if now is the time to act. The 7 of Spades, the 7 of Swords is saying just wait on this a little bit. Wait and be patient and wait for a clear, we talked about being at the crossroads, right? Imagine these are like direction arrows, right? Turn east or turn west, right? You're gonna get a signal light, or you're gonna get, a flashing calling, a sign that this is the direction that you want to go. As long as you're patient and don't try and jump the gun out ahead of what was meant for you, in terms of the greater gifts from the goddesses. All right. So lots of love, Libra cusp. Thanks for being on the program today. Back to ancient Greece for Hecate, Mr. Doubleina, Mr. Bob Doubleina. Okay, I see some cool new faces into the chat. We've got Christina L. Welcome, Christina. I'll write you down, get you checked in. All right. Regina and Lumiere. I'm looking to speak with Regina, Lumiere, and I see Lippy 888. Get ready, Lippy 888, because if Regina or Lumiere is not here, I'm going to be calling upon you next. Okay, so that'll be a time. Hey Mustafa, you can join the party for sure. It's not a list, it's a party. And now that you're here, Mustafa, it's a Mustafa part. It's a Mustafa size party. Welcome, Mustafa. Welcome. Alright. Alright. Moo cows, make milk. It's the only drink that we adore. When the moon shines over the cow shed, we hope the cows are making plenty more. Alright. Enough of that. Who writes this stuff? Alright. Just one more quick minute for Lumiere or Regina, and then we'll just go right on to Lippy. After Lippy, it goes like this: Lakshmi, Jenna, Drasti, Dion, Wheatons, Great Ocean, Be Wise, Gregorius, Connie. Hi Connie, I know you're there. Suditi, Mickey, or sorry, not Mickey, Nikki. Oh, Nikki, you're so. I don't know why I put an extra pen stroke there. Nikki, Steve, Christina, and Mustafa. Get a load of that guy. Get a load of this guy. Get a load of the cool guy. Hey, cool guy. I'm a cool guy. I am a bit of a cool guy. You wouldn't know I was cool. It's gonna be -9 here. It's gonna be like 25 degrees here tomorrow night. It's snowing already. God, it's just, we're on that slow procession to the winter solstice. It's like, where'd the sun go? What's happening? It's good times though. Alright, Lippy, looks like you're up next. I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle the Goddess Oracle for you. See what the Goddess wants you to know. Hey Lippy, 88888. After the reading you're going to sleep. Well, okay, you got the Goddess of Humor. So maybe you're about to have a pleasant dream. Maybe it's when you're drifting off to sleep. Think about the things that make you like laugh on the inside, that make you happy, and the things that you get excited about. Our humor is not just about like jokes or how we convey or try or attempt to make other people laugh. Humor is more of a tude, like an attitude or something like that. It's a humor-tude. It is a way of isness. It is a way of being. It's your presence in a vibration of humor or of laughter. So it's a way of being, and you can tell, like, you hear the story of the comedian that made millions of people laugh, but on the inside they could feel no laughter, they could feel no humor. And you also hear stories about how humor were used clinically to bring about healing in patients. We did a program actually once on the story of Patch Adams. All right, so it's more than just comedy. It's more than just things that tickle your funny bone. Humor is an attitude. It's a way of being, and to see this here for you, it's saying to like embrace the liberty to feel good. Like sometimes I want to make sure that you give yourself permission to get a little silly, to act a little foolish. Nobody has to. It's like dance while like nobody's watching. Other people don't have to be watching. Other people don't have to be tuned in, right? But make sure you're giving yourself this permission. Find out how many times a day is your mouth like resting in a frown position versus smiling. And they say like it only takes a couple muscles to make you smile, but when your smile's turned upside down in the shape of a frown, you want to make sure that just doesn't take a permanent spot there. Almost like if you have an image on your computer screen and you don't turn on the screensaver, that image gets burned in. We need to make sure that we're finding sources of light and laughter and joy in our lives, because this balances out the humors. This does things like it calms our nerves, it balances our blood, it really helps in terms of a physiological response to negativity or adversity, or even just generally tired after a hard day of work. It's the humor that allows you to kind of settle in and saddle up to a different wavelength, to an energy that is less dense and less even oppressive than the mundane working 3D world can be. So make sure that you're allowing your mind and allowing your heart to follow your mind to places that bring about humor and joy, like absolutely laughter. But let's go back in time here and visit who we'll call Ame no Izumi mo Mikoto. She is the goddess of dawn, mirth, meditation, revelry, and the arts. She comes from the Shinto side of things over there in Japan. And the wife of the fellow god Sarakatu Okami. She famously relates to the tale of the missing sun deity. She is also known as Ama no Zumi, possibly due to the relationship with her husband. She is known as the great persuader and the heavenly alarming female. She is depicted as a woman who revels in sensuality as well. So, ooh-wee, that's the good stuff. That's the hot stuff right there. So, use all of these beautiful attributes about you. If these things I feel are true for you, it's like, just call me angel of the morning, angel. Just kiss my lips before you leave me, baby. Okay, little Juice Newton for you, but it's that kind of vibe, right? Waking up to the freshness of the day and bringing a smile to the people's faces as you go. All right, so I want you to put something Lippy in your mind now. We'll get your good vibes message, whatever you're thinking about, however you want to direct this about your situation. It looks like this. One step at a time, I get to make positive choices to fulfill my dreams. One step at a time, I get to make positive choices to fulfill my dreams. People take different roads seeking fulfillment and happiness. Just because they're not on your road doesn't mean that they've gotten lost, right? Some people, live and let live. And that's the humor. Those are the people around you that are generally like happiness and most willing to tell a joke and not be afraid to have their culture canceled or anything like this are people that they don't necessarily worry about whether or not people are on their wavelength. They're not always 100% politically correct. This is more of a new idea that's really affecting, unfortunately, Generation Z, where people have to, really be so super careful that they don't say anything that incites divisiveness, or would harm a snowflake. And that's all well and good. Our world is always changing. We already know that we've won, but for some of us that are in this age, it's about kind of finding your tribe, finding your people, and finding your vibration as well. Alright? Lippy. Oh, I shouldn't have put that away yet. I shouldn't have put that away. We didn't do your dragon card. You got 7 of clubs. Yep. Elevating your vibration. Okay? It feels like a tightrope walk most days. Like you don't want to fall off. You're staying responsible. Very centered in root chakra. Abilities and activities. At times may even, have to be a little bit defensive, with the situations and the energies that you deal with. So use humor as your best offense and your best defense. Your wit and charisma can carry you a long way. Just always remember to back it up by the willingness to allow your record to speak for itself, to allow your work to stand for itself. Your work can never be greater than you are, but your work can speak for you in ways where, people, they come with that due respect and are willing to listen, right? If we think about that, if it has something to do with like the workplace or getting up there, getting promoted, or dealing with a bad boss or anything like that, just remember the old adage is that people move up in life and in career and stuff so that other people will listen to them, so that other people have to listen to them. And that doesn't make for a very fun place to live or to work or anything like that when it's based on status. But if you ever find yourself in a place where you're promoted highly up the ladder or you have a lot of influence, Lippy, this is what it's saying. Don't ever float that way. People will listen to you because they find you attractive, rather than the fact that they feel as though they need to listen to you and they need to show you respect because of that where you've been placed. You can use both to your advantage in the near future, but This is about not getting pulled down into lower vibrational. Like I said, having that frown getting permanently stuck to your face when you have all that extra time of the day to enjoy yourself, to enjoy your hobbies, to enjoy the things that you do, to when you dream and you vision quest and all that stuff. Stay optimistic, stay positive and happy through that process. It doesn't always have to seem like just a far, even if it is a far wish away of like, you know, traveling to somewhere beautiful or winning the lottery. Do that without the disdain of, you know, oh, it just won't happen, couldn't happen, and, you know, just get funny with it, get silly with it, all of the fun things that you can bring. All right? Lippy, pleasure to read for you today. It is 99.9 The Goddess, good vibes, fun time, real live, super singing, song, card read an hour. I hope you're all doing well out there. I'm your host, Pythia. I will be with you for a few more cards. We're going to be doing as many readings as we have cards in the deck. No one is receiving duplicates today because we're doing the research, we're looking in. These are very personalized. It's about divine timing. It's about synchronicity. It's about protection, spirit protection, you know, all of that stuff. And I want to thank all the amazing people that decide to come here for their messages and readings. We are YouTube's best kept secret. And yeah, for those of you that have found your way here, it doesn't happen to many. So make sure to subscribe, stick around, give yourself a pat on the back because you found us. All right. Okay, Lippy. Looking for Lakshmi or Jenna. If Lakshmi or Jenna is here, hi Malik, I'll write you down. Right, we got Malik in the party. Welcome, Malik. Looking for Lakshmi or Jenna. Then we have Drasti, Dion, Wheat Thins, Great Oceans, Be Wise, Gregorius, Connie, Suditi, Nikki, Steve, Christina L. Welcome, Christina L. Good to see you here in the chat room today. I was giving her a big warm welcome and shout out to Christina. Thanks for coming to Goddess Oracle Day. I see Ange Love is in the party now. Welcome, Ange. I'll get you checked in. All right. And for those of you who joined us for the free tarot yesterday, thanks so much for coming to the show. All right. Lakshmi. I don't know that Lakshmi is still here, but I see you there, Jenna. It's Zoltar. I love the Zoltar emoji. It's so amazing. I was going to dress up as a Zoltar machine for Halloween, but then I thought that would be a lot of work. So I decided not to. Okay, Jenna, just give me 1 second. Your cards and your messages are on their way. Welcome, Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free. We'll get you checked in. Everybody, it's Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free. If you guys like free tarot, and I know you do, be sure to check out Jennifer's channel. She's here with her Blue Shield today, a network affiliate here at 99.9 in the Friends of Nine Community Network. When Jennifer goes live, she gets a lot more readings done than I can get to. She knows her cards, very accurate. And I would recommend anybody, if you want a free tarot reading, to check out Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free. It's just more places when you go to, because let's face it, I can't be on 24/7. Jennifer can't be on 24/7, and so many people come for readings. It's good when we work it together and give you guys lots of options in the community to go and get your spirit messages. Okay, Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free. I got you checked in. Okay, you're in the membership side of things, Jennifer, which means you're going to be up right here after Jenna. Good night, Lippy. Hopefully that resonated for you. Okay. Straight up miracles, Jenna. Wow. Who are you? I want to know you. I want to know you, Jenna. You got Hail Mary, Mother of God, pray for us now in the time of our death. Hail Mary, Mother of God, pray for us now in the time of our death. Hail Mary, Mother of God, pray for us now in the time of our death. Number 31, Mary, the Goddess of Miracles, joins the program. Mary, where are you calling from? We're sitting up here broadcasting from Delphi. Mary is out there taking good care of each and every one of us. We want to honor the goddess in our complete understanding. Okay, so that's Mary. You guys know the story of Mary? Do you know the story of Mary? Do we need to read the story of Mary? I don't know that we do. Because miracles are like the wellspring from compassion, right? The ability to perceive the world in a way where you exude so much confidence in your knowingness that God has your back, that Source has your back, that the angels, the spirit guides, however you see Source absolutely has your back. She's about trust in the universe. She's about trust in yourself. She's about trust in the process. She's about have faith in the plan. She's about if it's a shitty day today, that means tomorrow just have the ability to get greater. You know, the eternal wellspring of optimism. Here we see the goddess of miracles. So Jenna, this is a beautiful card for me to see. It's almost saying, she's like saying, don't worry about what tomorrow brings for you, no matter the status of today, because the liberty of the freedom of your mind and the way you choose to view things ultimately is that, again, which keeps you protected, the divine timing, the divine synchronicities. She joins up with this tribe of goddesses to say there is a perpetual eternal synchronicity happening. You know, people call it the matrix, or people call it like timelines, or whatever you want to, however you relate to it. Crystalline grid, the whole works, everything put together in a big old beautiful pot of garlic mashed potatoes, because she's all about those home cooking too, right? And nourishment. But this wellspring of miracles is about the attachment to this, saying there is nothing going to come my way today that I can't handle, as long as I know and have faith that God, Source, the universe, however you do it, has my back all the way, 100% of the time. Like, it ain't even a question how Jenna M flows. She's good to everybody she knows, right? That's just how she rolls. When you have Mary in your life as well, you will begin to permeate compassion. I mean, it will kind of like, I know it's a really weird analogy, it might be gross, but it's what it's showing me about it, like through osmosis, or like sweating it out, like it oozes out of you. I know it's gross, but it's not meant to be gross. This is about aura. This is about reflection of light. This is about light work abilities, you know, healing type things, you know, laying of hands, you know, in the old traditional Christian sense or Catholic sense, it still has a very direct meaning. And as well about bridging the past, okay, because these are like ancient, these goddesses are growing old in time and with the calendar, right? Right now we're looking back here around, you know, 2,000 years since we last you know, honored and heard from this goddess. Again, she's saying approach things with proper manner, with proper what do they call that, dignity, right, and truth. These are also messages that exude. Okay, do you want, let's go back, just because we've been doing it for all of them. I'm not going to leave Mary out of it. Now we can't know if this is Mother Mary or Mary Magdalene, right? So what we're going to do is we're gonna kind of fix this up a little bit as we travel back through time. Mary, goddess of Genesis, right? She's way more eternal than what we think about her, or like how the scholars say her occurrence in the Bible happens at this particular time. She's a lot more eternal. She's a lot older than that. Let me make sure I just got get to some good stuff here. Holiday paganism? No, not quite. Interfaith. Yeah, let's try this. Because it's like a lot of these sites are saying, is she really a goddess? Of course she's a goddess. She's a lot more eternal, right? Marini, right? You could go a long ways back, just before the Mother of Mary, right? Okay. Not finding much in the context that we're looking for. But that's okay. That's alright. I think we got a lot of information out for that card, and she's just beautiful there in the clouds. You are Catholic. Oh, that's good news. That's good news. You can be what you wanna be. Okay. Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me wanna wag my tail. Mail, it's Mother Mary. Right? What is it? I went down to see the lonesome Mary. She was weeping all alone. I said, Mary, 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 you must pick up the phone. Okay, here you go, Jenna. That's not how Lonesome Mary goes. To get the full value of joy, you must have someone to share it with. We don't want to divide it, but that's someone to share it with. Happiness is letting go of what you think your life is supposed to look like and celebrate it for everything that it is, right? Life's a party, right? And parties weren't meant to last, so make sure you party hardy. You don't want to be the last. You don't. I don't know what we could rhyme with that, Jenna, but yeah, it is. It's about having a good time, or as Troopers did it, right? We're here for a good time, not a long time. So have a good time. The sun can't shine every day. And every year has its share of tears. Every now and then it's gotta rain. We're here for a good time. Alright. Speaking of that, messages. You might be inspired to actually do a lot more research. You may have strong intuitive feelings about your spirit, your soul, your journey, and you may be researching how these things tie into legend, or how they tie into things of the past. This is talking about like past life regressions, and this is talking about communicating the faith or the spiritual knowledge as well. It shows that miracles are going to happen when we start really connecting and networking. So if you've been thinking about reaching out to people, getting ideas, getting registered, getting signed up, or getting more knowledge about, make these phone calls, send these emails, turn these notifications on, get all of your options for communication really flowing. We live in this crazy, don't get overwhelmed as we live in the information age, but it says really open up the windows to invite conversation about the things that you're attempting to do. It goes back to the good vibe message, because this is the Eight of Wands we're dealing right here, right? This is the card of Cupid's arrows. This is the card of communication. This is the card of, fast travel, all that kind of stuff, right? Back to this one. To get the full value of joy, you must have someone to share it with. So share your ideas about how you're going to get value, and share your ideas when you do to get the value. Work together and network in teams. And that's when many, many merry miracles will begin to manifest in your merry, most magnanimous life. Just trying to do as many M's as I could. Alright, Om Shri, baby. Om Shri Namahat. Let's continue on. Thanks, Mary. You're so beautiful. You are so beautiful to me. It's too much. Meditation is kind of everything. God is one. Hey, spitting some truth. Jumping in the chat room. Kind of everything. I like everything bagels. Everything God is one. Legend is two. That's true. You must be number 3. Who's number 4? Paging Dr. Rosen. Dr. Rosenkrantz. Dr. Rosenchristmas. Dr. Rosenpenis, you are wanted at the front desk. Paging Dr. Rosenbloom. Okay, we have got to update the list here for everybody. We just did Jenna M. Thanks, Jenna M. Hopefully that resonated for you. You got a really cool card there. Then we got Drasti or Dion. Calling on Drasti or Dion. Let me know if Drasti or Dion is here. And then Wheat Thins and Great Oceans. I need you to be ready. Speaking of being something, then we have Be Wise, Gregorius, who's on their second go-round. because they missed earlier. Suditi, Nikki, Steve, Christina. Steve and Christina are beautiful. It's funny how you guys show up together. These are beautiful moderators hanging out. Mustafa, Malik. Next, though, is going to be Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free, if she is still here. Be sure to check out Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free, everybody. Click over to the community page to let you know that's Jennifer, just like her name is in the chat room, because we always allow our members and our super chatters to skip the line and to jump ahead. But we will continue adding to the list. I see meditation is kind of everything. It certainly you certainly can't get far without it. I agree with that. Right? Everything. It is the way. It is the way. And then I see Moonstars. Hi, Moonstars. Welcome to the program. We got fun and games. We've got Oracle Tarot readings. Honey, we know the name. We are the people that you find, whatever you may need. And if you've got the money, honey, we've got your reading here at the program. Welcome to the program. Okay, Jennifer Tarot Positive Free, you are next. Thanks for coming in with your big blue shield today. I want to appreciate you. Thank you for signing up and becoming a member of the channel. You always rocket to the top of the list when you do that. So find our channel page. Be sure to hit the join button. Learn how to subscribe. Hit the like button. If you're new here, welcome to the program. We are YouTube's best kept secret. If you found yourself here, give yourself a pat on the back. Not too many people find this place. All right. Jennifer, our goddess, Jennifer. Our goddess for Jennifer. Our goddess for Jennifer. Okay. Rhea. The goddess of flow has joined the conversation, as so has Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free. Jennifer, it's interesting to see this god here. I love this number of 43 equating back out to a 7. This is a natural progression number. This is a natural progression goddess. This is a natural progression exchange of energy. It's saying it's even. This is about, making sure that you are given your share and making sure that you are taking your share for even flow. Like, Eddie Vedder, right? Even flow, thoughts arrive like butterflies, but she don't know, and so she chases them away, yeah. Alright, even flow, ebb and flow. What goes up must come down, a spinning wheel's got to go round. Talk about your troubles and you never learn. Watch in amazement as the spinning wheel turns. Okay? What comes around goes around. What is given can be taken away. What is taken away shall be returned. This is all about the nature of life and actually about the flow of the progression. And what is attractive? The magnetic grid. Magnets. I keep mine close. Magnets might have something to do with it in terms of your magnetism and your attraction points. Law of attraction, the law of cause and effect. All of these things are not static. They are in a dynamic, constant state of flow. It's like there's no such thing as hot or cold. There's only temperature. And it's just varying degrees of temperature. We can begin to adjust our flow. We can begin to recognize what flow works for us in terms of our energy preservation, okay, keeping energy, and in terms of our service to the world, to others, to God, to community, these things being a part of the flow. She's really expressive of the nature of the changing of the seasons, okay? So a lot of information or visions that can come for you around like equinox times and solstices. I feel that these are heightened times for you to really be in rhythm. I'm not sure what your astrology, what your placements are, Jennifer, but it shows to me that you experience like changes in life that are somewhat like perpetual, and they're perennial, and they do change much like the seasons. And this could have to do with your moods and your temperaments even. You see how she's colored there up in blue around her third eye, right? Up there in the forehead. So make sure that your balance and your protection, spirit protection and balance, and that you're being allowed to flow without others trying to block it off, or without you accidentally blocking it off for yourself through, becoming too bogged down in the mire here, right? You see how she's able to see everything clearly, and she flows with the river. She doesn't try and swim against it. But there are times where she is vulnerable to the flow itself. And as long as this feels like a safe place for you, it's saying, be okay with jumping into that flow. Be okay with embracing and communicating the new ideas and new thoughts that you have. But let's dial back the time here. Look at Rhea. Rhea is a character in Greek mythology again, right? She was a daughter of the Titan, of the earth goddess Gaia, and the sky god Uranus. Gaia's son. She is also the older sister of Kronos. So she is old school. Like this cosmic flow, these cosmic laws, these are older than Janus and Kronos and time itself, right? This is very much about understanding your soul's path and vision, which you do very clearly. So now it's about being at the gates of the dam, being able to allow the river to flow, or damming the river up. The choice is yours, and the power has been given unto you. So again, when you're recognizing other people that are not in a state of flow, who have stuck energies, you almost become like the doctor in disguise and pulling out these stuck energies, without these people even knowing it, just like the very subtle healer. The classical Greeks saw Rhea as the mother of the Olympian gods and goddesses, but not as an Olympian goddess in her own right. The Romans identified her as Magna Mater, the mother of the goddess, right? It's very good, and she's very old. So, that's cool. We got that Uranus connection again as well. And this will be one of the few times that I say Uranus without making a terrible joke right after. Because it's just that kind of program. Alright, so put something in your mind right now, Jennifer. This is for your situation. So think about your situation right now, and these are the good vibe messages for you. To get the full value of joy, you must have someone to... Oh wait, that was the last one. We forgot to turn the page. Hold on. Sorry, Jennifer. I promise you that each and every one of you is made to be who you are. I think you understand this very well. They love your readings, Jennifer. They love you. And it's because I feel you embrace them on this promise. You know what? There's no need to be anybody else. If you can be yourself, look what the result is. Message to you. Positivity is a superpower. We don't need to have lasers coming out of our butt cheeks to be powerful. We don't need to, know Ukrainian businessmen in order to be powerful in this world. We don't need any of that. All we need is positivity. That we become the untouchables. We become the indestructibles. We become the bringers. Our job is to shed light and not to master it. So that keeps us in that protected cycle, right? Alright, so we got those messages. Let's get out your dragon card, Jennifer. Alrighty then, it's a Four of Swords, right? Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving, right? This is what it's all about. This is how you will find your way. It is the card of sanctuary, it is the card of rest, and it is the god of sleep. So, what I feel this means for you, Jennifer, this is the means to which you bridge and you highlight and you strengthen and you elevate your gift by bridging the subconscious mind in terms of your dreams into your waking day, into your abilities and into your conscious mind as you do the 9-to-5 thing and as you read for people and folks. This is about kind of trusting how spirit just takes over sometimes, and how the words we just rest as the silent witness and the goddess or spirit comes through and conveys the message that goes out in the reading. And I don't think that you fight against this, but I do feel as though it's wanting to express more just through you kind of really opening up to spirit now. So you may find that your readings over the next little while, they could get a lot deeper and they could get a lot more specific, and you will kind of be able to grow your confidence in your abilities. And make sure, above all else, Jennifer, that you are getting enough rest so that you stay in a flow that is not challenging your energies, or it's not causing you to any sort of levels of burnout, because this is the risk to flow is burning the candle at both ends. And I think that you have such a beautiful cadence and a beautiful pace that this shouldn't be an issue for you, but it's saying in order to stay in flow, make sure you are taking time for you. Okay? All right. Good meditation, good reading there for Jennifer's Tarot Positive Free. Good to have you here. Hi, I'm here. All right, Dion is here. That's good. How about Drasty? Dion is here, so Dion will go next. Then after Dion, we have Wheat Thins, Great Oceans, Be Wise, Gregorius, Connie, Suditi, Nikki, Steve, Christina, Mustafa, Malik. Meditation is everything. I prefer not to get political or ideological too much on this channel or in the chat. It just creates division and tension. So just note that the timeout that occurred there, these are things that I don't promote through the chat room. You're always more than welcome here, but just I'm the boss. All right. Moonstar, and then Moonstars. You're welcome, Jennifer. You can't just come in here and start messing with our members. It doesn't work like that. Dion, however, Dion Harris, welcome, Dion. How the hairy heck are you doing? How you feeling out there? How you doing? Dion, you are up next. I'm going to go ahead in just uno momento, por favor, and I will shuffle up your Goddess Oracle deck and get your messages out to you today. Appreciate you. I'm not sure if you're new here. Where are you calling from? All right, here we go. You have the goddess of the white buffalo calf, the god of reverence. Look at all that colorful. Look at that beauty. Look at that. I want to call it divine grace, Dion. This is about the blessings in our life. This is about the recognition and the reverence for the time in which we live. You see the pipe is there as well. This is about evolution as well. She is the goddess of reverence, but we can also add revelation and evolution to her bag of tricks, right? Let's just go ahead and go back in time and see what we can find out about the buffalo calf woman, and see what history would teach us, right? Or white buffalo maiden is a sacred woman of supernatural origin, central to the Lakota people as a primary cultural prophet. Oral traditions relate that she brought the 7 sacred rites to the Lakota people. Buffalo are considered sacred to the people of the plains, who often consider them to be linked to creation, medicine, and bringers of sacred messages from their ancestors. So this card could as well signify that you have gifts that can bridge the veil, gifts that are supernatural in nature, like clairvoyant gifts or psychic gifts. I'm not sure if you're aware of them or not, Dion, but you could be someone that has the ability to open themselves up to divine messages, to give messages to other people. The general feeling here is that you bring a sense of peace into situations. So you may be, or you may have talents of being like an exceptional mediator, getting people to get along, right? A message in that is to make sure that while you're ensuring other people's happiness, do not lose touch with your own, okay? And again, a very fair mediator, and it's like, all right, you know, everyone has their right to their opinion, but at the same time, you know, there has to be like that golden rule theory that's attached to it. It's like, you know, if you label me, I'll label you. You know, if you do unto me this, I will do unto you that. It's very much about fair trade, instant karma, or even cyclical karma. It's about learning how to void your karma, how to not create new unwanted karma. All of that you can see there is past, it's behind her. It's like a different way, it's a different method. Some people will just naturally awaken to their high vibrations and their sensations, you know, even whether it's through chakras or whether it's through certain trials and the nutrition even of the gods, being able to sustain yourself on what you would consider not to be lavish. It's about a card of moderation, not having to like you know, have the best of the best or keep up with the Joneses. It's like what I have on the inside is far more valuable than anything you'll see hanging from my neck or in my headdress or in my clothes. And those things could still very well, it should be beautiful, they could be designer, but it's still a reflection, and knowing that what's there on the inside is worth much more. But again, I love this mediator, this mediation, and this peace bringer that comes with this card. It's absolutely wonderful. You may find in your situations that you are bringing peace to a situation, or you are helping someone else settle down their nerves or settle down their minds, settle down their thoughts, right? You're teaching someone to meditate, you know, it's almost like that. Or your presence just helps these people calm down. Your messages, okay, whatever it is you're thinking about today, whatever it is that's got you, Dion, these are your messages. Follow your own star, okay? To be in the words of the late Chris Cornell, to be yourself is all that we can, is all that you can do. It's not how much we have, but how much we enjoy it, if that makes happiness. And we just pretty much said that. It's about what's coming from within that is a direct reflection of that which is without. So it's a card that says, you know, it's not always just, you know, sunshine and lollipops for you either. There is certain conflicts, there is certain antagonists, there's certain obstacles, certain adversities to life and to the journey that reinforce this level of reverence within you, right? It's like that old Zeppelin jam. Good times, bad times, I know I've had my share, right? Because it's about that. How can we have reverence for that which is good if we haven't suffered through that what we didn't want? And actually, in a large part of it, those things appeared that way because we slapped a label on them to begin with. This is good or this is bad. You know, labeling things as good creates other things to appear bad, and labeling things as bad allows you to clearly see other things that truly are good. And she knows it through and through. She knows it to the point that she owns it. Like, look at her face, for crying out loud. She's like, I know you are, but what am I? Don't fuck with me. Don't mess with me. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear, Dion. Actually, yeah, I did, or I wouldn't have. I'm going to go ahead and pull your dragon card. This is for you, Dion. This is your reading. 6 of Cups, 6 of Hearts. Very nice card to see here. So yeah, past life regressions for you as well could be very important in terms of your self-discovery. I feel this would have a strong attachment. You also may have strong attachments to your memories and things that have occurred for you in your past. If you're struggling to let go, if you're struggling to get the weight off your shoulders, just know that it's not going to be long before, you know, this thing that in the past that may have been dogging you You've maybe just been labeling it all wrong. It's like that cringe moment, you know, when you have that memory and you think about it and it makes you go, I don't like that I ever did that, or I don't like that I was ever there. Don't worry. It's just a way of getting it out, of expressing it out, and less it will happen, because you won't give these kind of memories or thoughts from the past that level of power, because you will have effectively voided that karma, mediated it for yourself, and burnt it out of your mind with the help of this goddess and with the help of your spirit team. Okay, Dion? Lots of love. Good to see you here today. Hope you enjoyed that reading. It's the Buffalo Maiden. Sometimes I think that life is just a rodeo, right? If I had my way, I'd shuffle off to Buffalo. Alright. Hey. Right? This is a Rock and Roll Girls, everybody. 99.9, the Rock and Roll Goddesses, here for your viewing pleasure today. Alright. So we just read for Dion, because we didn't hear from Drasty. We've got Wheat Thins and Great Oceans. Okay, that's what I'm looking to hear from next. I see Wheat Tins is here. Perfect timing, Wheat Tins. You put the wheat in the tins. Alright, and then Be Wise, Gregorius, and Connie are going to be on deck. But for now, it goes Wheat Thins, then Great Oceans. Be Wise, Gregorius, Connie, Suditi, Nikki, Stephen, Christina, Mustafa, and Malik. And Moonstars. I see a few other people that jumped into the chat room. Maro Shell, what a beautiful name. I love that. Maro Shell. It's like, stop Vicky Vale, stop the press. Who's that? You look gorgeous in your microdots today, everybody. We have a very benevolent tribe of people. We're like YouTube's best kept secret. All of the hottest and like divinely guided people in all of the internet come and hang out here, and we're a bit of a secret. So if you found your way in here, give yourself a pat on the back. Not everybody does. Find out ways to subscribe, to join up with the channel. We do get around to everybody eventually, but today we're doing the goddess readings, and I'm just adding a few people on my list, checking in some people I wanted to say hello to, and that includes Maro Shell. Love that name. Lisa Arnold, welcome Lisa Arnold. I don't know. Good to have you here as well. And then everybody else that's been waiting for their turn. So I've just checked in Maro Shell, Lisa, and I don't know. I get it. I don't know. So yeah. Wheat Tins, let's get her done. Let's get this happening. Going for a rip there, are you, bud? Let's do it. Goddess card coming up. Wheat Tins, I like it. Okay. Maat, the goddess of truth. Right. Did I tell you we hung out with beautiful people, or did I tell you we hung out with beautiful people? We hang out with beautiful people. And guess what makes it beautiful? Mahat is very beautiful. But the truth, it's like a layer of fresh paint. It's like beautiful paint. You go to Lowe's or to the hardware store and you walk up to the paint counter and you're like, I want that paint that makes everything it touches beautiful. Okay, here's a big old can of truth. And you head home with it and you dip your brush and you begin to paint on the truth. And you're like, wow, it protected everything. And it made it beautiful. And it made it radiant. And it made it amazing. I want to try this truth in everything. And then you're running around, you put a little truth in your gas tank, you put a little truth under your pillow, you take a little truth and you mix it in with the cabbage rolls, and your thoughts of truth, your thoughts of, this is the day where I decide to align the harmony of who I am with the truth of what I know. And that goes back to optimism and faith, which is a very beautiful thing once again. So, Mahat, the goddess, wants to remind you that the hindsight is always 20/20. We can't affect the past, but we can learn from it in a way that directly affects the future. You see how clear her gaze towards the future is, and you see this light or the seat of the soul behind her, because this is the wealth of experience from the past leading to tomorrow's prosperity. Learning the truth of how cosmic law and natural law works, and learning the truth that helps best make you feel comfortable and identified as a person on the planet, it's a very important thing, and it has a very deep seat at the center of your heart chakra, at the center of your soul, and at the top of the crown chakra. It's almost like the fabric that keeps the antenna, which is your energetic body, your etheric field. It keeps it energized, and it keeps it protected, and it, like I say, it keeps it painted all colors, all beautiful colors, right? But let's go back in time to get a sense of where Ma'at is exactly coming from. I love doing these little history things. Here we go. Looks like we're traveling back to Egypt for Ma'at, which should be pretty good, pretty fun. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Ma'at refers to the ancient Egyptian concepts of truth, balance, order, harmony, law, morality, and justice. So this is great. This is perfect. This is about understanding both sides of the coin, both sides of the issue, both sides of the paranoid political parties, both sides of everything that goes on throughout the day. But it's really nice because Ma'at is able to step out of that and become the third point in the pyramid or in the triangle to say, in order to give collective truth power, I need to either have faith that it is the truth or question whether or not that actually is the truth. So you have that great seat of discernment going for you as well. So you may find how this trickles over for you in your life, wheat thins, is you may be beginning to start to look at things from a new way. You may be pulling yourself out from under collective truth to begin to define some new truth for your own. It doesn't have to be deeply philosophical, and it doesn't have to be completely surface either. This is about learning what fits and what doesn't, and it can manifest or transpire all the way from what our religious or spiritual beliefs are, all the way down to this shoe makes my feet feel more comfortable than that shoe, and that's the friggin' truth. So I'm gonna choose comfort. I'm gonna decide to go with what I know and what makes me feel good. Okay, Ma'at was also the goddess who personified the concepts, regulated the stars, seasons, and the actions of mortals and deities who had brought order from chaos at the moment of creation. Her ideological opposite was Isfet, the Egyptian god of injustice, chaos, or violence, but she is the balance to that. But believe you me, she knows the other side of that coin. She knows what it's like when things run amok, or when things go astray, or when people are allowed to run around, telling lies that are unchecked, or saying shit that is not even close to being validated. What is an anonymous source? It's not that. It's not anything, right? So, wheat thins, it'll set you free. That's the old cliche, right? The truth will set you free. But Ma'at is saying, hindsight's 2020. We can't affect the past, but we sure can draw the truth from it when we begin to look at it objectively. Okay, which is very nice. Objectivity versus perceptivity. It's a fine balance to walk, but you're protected in that as well. So I almost wanted to call you Ma'at, wheat thins. I know you're wheat thins. Wheat thins, it's that time of the reading where I will ask you to put a thought or a person or somebody into your mind, and these are the messages regarding your situation or your thought. Message 1. Happiness is not in another place. It's in this place. Happiness is not for another hour, but for this hour. Always leave enough time in your life to do something that makes you happy, satisfied, and even joyous. Alright? So there's kind of a theme to this and what's going on, I feel, right? And this is this call to presence. This is about, sometimes thinking, well, I'll be happy as soon as I have this, or I'll be happy as soon as I do that. But then you keep procrastinating on having this or doing that. or you realize that that's a goal, far off goal, and you basically told yourself a negative affirmation or a terrible story, your subconscious mind thinks that you can't be happy until you get there. But that's not the story you want to tell your subconscious mind. The story you want to tell your subconscious mind is like, I am really happy today. I'm really happy that I'm working towards that. I'm really happy that I have all 10 fingers and all 10 toes. I'm really happy to have the water I drink and the air that I breathe. I'm happy to have, a mouthful of food and all these little blessings, because living life in appreciation, truth of the matter, is a cornerstone, a fundamental cornerstone to success, achievement, and attraction. All right. Just a sec. Ace of Clubs, Ace of Wands. Alright, Wheat Thins. It's the big D energy right there. That's the one. That's the inspiration. So, what could be coming forward for you in the next few days looks to me to be a creative breakthrough of an artistic nature, or maybe even that of a factual one. You may decide to paint, write, create, sculpt, do something, put an idea, and absolutely create it, put an idea, take it from your mind and bring it into reality. And this kind of exercise, I feel that you do it while you're aware that you are taking something that was pure thought form and actually created something. You turn that thought form into a reality. You're going to realize the truth and the evidence of that, right? Because the truth it's proof, it's evidence, right? It's truth. So try that, because everything around you, when you look around your room right now, you look around your abode, your house, wherever you're at, if you're in the park, okay, outside of nature, everything that's here once started as an idea. And maybe that includes nature too. I don't know. We're next level, but we're not like next level. All right? But everything begins as a thought. So what is it that you can think of that you can actively turn into a real existing thing? You're going to recognize the power you have as a creator. You do so with an ounce, with a dusting of the truth from Ma'at, and it's very eternal. There's a very old goddess as well. Okay? So, Wheat Thins, thank you so much. I hope that reading resonated for you. I'm glad you were able to stick around for that. Lisa Arnold and Diadem Kiss. Welcome. Oh, we have Lisa. Lisa A is here. Diadem, thank you for your kind words. Diadem Kiss. Okay. Alright. The list goes like this. Yeah. It goes Great Oceans, Be Wise, Gregorius, Connie. I see Connie is here. Suditi, Nikki, Steve, Christina, Mustafa, Malik, Moonstars, Marochelle, I love that name, Marochelle, Lisa Arnold, I don't know, and Diadem Kiss. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody there. Okay. Alright. Alright, so let's okay. There we go. I got rid of that person. You gotta be so tall to ride this ride. If you come in here with divisive energy, you're gonna get bounced, and that's all I have to say about that. Alright? We try to do things, but you get to a point where you wake up my warrior side, and I just don't have time. Great Oceans, are you here? I'm looking for Great Oceans, Gregorius, and then Connie, Mecca like a high, Mecca honey ho. Yeah, bro, we do it old school. We're taking it back to the old school, because I'm an old fool who's so cool, hanging with the goddesses at the swimming pool. It's the new rule. It's the Blues Clues. Whatever. Great Ocean. I don't know who writes this stuff. Great Oceans. Good to see you here. It is your turn, so I'll shuffle your cards. Just give me a minute and time to be a bard. The Green Tara, the goddess of salvation. Wow. This is powerful stuff, Great Oceans. It's almost as powerful as your name. Yes, the oceans are great. The oceans are powerful. Let's think about salvation now for a minute. Before we talk about the goddess, let's talk about the concept of salvation. Salvation can take any form. If you were struggling across a desert, and you were dying of thirst, then water is your salvation. If you were trapped on a deserted island and you were starving to death, then food is your salvation. If you were trapped in a dark place, then light becomes your salvation, right? If you were in a really bright room, or say you're out on a really hot day, then the shade of a big tree becomes your salvation. Do you see how it works? You see how salvation works on the subtle level in our everyday life. It is a point of relief. It is a point of release. It is a point of getting out of the heat, getting out of harm's way. It's a point of feeling better than you did yesterday, or feeling better than you were before. So this is a goddess very much about health, as you can see, about nourishment, and nurture as well. Great Oceans. And she's quite powerful. Let's trip back through time to get some history on our goddess that is here for Great Oceans, and it is the Green Tara. She's looking super beautiful. I love the iridescence, She speaks the truth. Seeing is believing for the Green Tara. It's like, show me evidence. Show me if what you're saying can be proven, right? We're going to the Far East for Tara, the Green Tara. All right. She appears to be the female bodhisattva in Mahayan Buddhism, as a female Buddha in variation. She is known as the mother of liberation and represents the virtues of success in work and achievements. She is known as Tara Bosatu, also known as the Green Tara. A meditation deity, Again, Buddhists all around the world know who this lady is, because this lady is the one that says, in order to really be free, you are in a place where you need to liberate your mind. You need to liberate your freedom of expression. And perhaps that's the salvation that calls out to us in the modern epoch, in the new age, and in the modern era, is this ability to go to a place where you feel the best level of comfort in being yourself and nothing but yourself. There's no stuffy rules. There's no status quo that, you're going to offend anyone by being you, or taking your part in the tribe, or at the fire in terms of like a tribal dance. You are just as welcome to have a seat at the table as anybody else is. She's saying as well that past preconditioned belief systems are being questioned at this time. You may start discarding or disavowing certain beliefs that you have that limit you to do things that help you feel more natural, help you feel more at one with the earth and with the frequencies and vibrations, aka that particular salvation. Very beautiful goddess to have there. All right, Bodhisattva. We don't mess around. It's like it goes beyond wisdom. It's more like a confirmation that, your seat at the table, your spirit, your soul, your goddessness, your isness, is you're very secure in who you are spiritually. this can be helpful to everybody, in fact, whether these people agree with you or you're helping them or you're pushing them out of the way. They'll get the point from spirit when you come by, and I like that energy. Okay, let's see what's up for your good vibes messages. I ask Great Oceans that you put something in your mind right now, and I will go ahead and give you the messages for that. They come like this. Bodhisattva. There is something good in every day. Okay? Absolutely. Never give up, for that is just the place and time when the tide will turn. Right? Doesn't it seem like it's always darkest before the dawn? Like salvation, like in order to perceive water as being salvation, we must be like dying of thirst before we remember how amazing water is. Or, you know, days where you just kind of feel okay, you feel kind of humdrum, but you're perfectly healthy. They seem like the best days on earth. If you ever happen to have like illness or have a stuffy nose or cough due to cold, you're like, I just want to be as healthy as I was yesterday. And to that, like fresh air and health and good energy become your salvation. When you feel a loss of it, but you need it, you didn't know you needed it until you lost it. I mean, the insurance con artists, they make millions on that. But this is an attitude we can incorporate for our own life. It leads from corners of appreciation into being able to choose things that are wise for ourselves and for our journey. Okay? All right, let's get your dragon card out, Great Oceans, and we'll see where we go. All right, and you've got the Eight of Wands too. Fast-moving energy, quick-moving energy. The next few weeks may feel like there's some urgency to them or there's some zip to them. The Eight of Wands is saying, you know what? Be your own hero over the next 2 weeks, okay? Nobody's going to do it for you. Procrastination is not going to serve you at all. You know, if you have the opportunity to get it done, because, you know, the circumstances of, you know, the timing and the fact that, you know, you don't want to be wasting any time or putting things off, because it always leads to a more open future, so to speak. And you may find as well that during the Mercury retrograde, which began yesterday, you know, communicating directly will be much more efficient and effective than communicating through text messaging and emails and waiting to hear back from people. If there is stuff with a sense of urgency, make sure to reach out directly to the people and ask people directly, you know, because it's like knowledge as well. Being in the know can at times be salvation. It can help you so you're not like left wondering, you know, late at night while you're trying to fall asleep, what the heck it is, when it's like, if you would have made the phone call and talked to somebody, then you know exactly what it is, so you don't have to worry about it, right? So stay on top of your game. Stay on point for the next 2 weeks, Great Oceans. Mars retrograde, Merc retrograde, a lot of stuff going on here. All right, lots of love to Great Oceans. Eight of Wands. Stuff. Alright, I'm just going to take a moment for the reader, see how things are going. We're at 2 hours. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We are live streaming. Live from Delphi. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just give me a minute. Alright, looking for Be Wise, potentially. Connie is here. We'll see if Gregorius or Be Wise suddenly jumps in. If not, we're going to read for Connie. Then Suditi, Nikki, Steve, Christina, Mustafa, I see you there. Malik, Meryl Shell, Lisa A, Oh I Don't Know, and Diadem Kiss. Just 1 second, Connie. I'll be with you momentarily. Alright, Connie. The goddess is Ellen. And she is the goddess of patterns. Okay? Synchronicities, Connie, right? 213s and the 313s, the BIGs, the 818s, and everything being great. You can see the fractal sacred geometry coming out from around this goddess figure, the goddess of Ellen. So patterns. What in your life, Connie, do you recognize as a pattern? There are like patterns in the physical world around us, like, you know, the pattern on your blankets. You know, there's patterns in your thought. You know, in the morning we generally tend to think about food, and you know, during the day we think about work, we think about getting things done. These are always patterns that we find ourselves in, and it's good because it's like the building blocks. It brings the structure to our life. Patterns, they need to be there for architectural structure, for you know, even security or protection against the elements. So the goddess of patterns is very much a goddess who recognizes your journey. It usually, like when we talk about like connecting to the higher self or connecting to spirit, we usually come across the realms of this goddess, the goddess Ellen, goddess of patterns. She is a 3. You see that, the number 12, so the completion number, but leading to manifestation because it's a 3, right? She's also known as Ellen of the Ways goddess, right? There's not a lot of information for her. Let's see what we got here. Very little is known about this goddess, although one of the most important and unquestionably Ellen of the Ways. She is to be experienced, not to be read about. She is an antlered goddess, her antlers showing her free spirit nature. She's not depicted with antlers here. Maybe she's got them cut. Her hair is long and red. Right, we see that, often entangled with twigs and leaves. Her white limbs glow in the shadows and shine in the moonlight. Her eyes are green, she's full of mischief, and she holds the secret of the ways. For many years, the Green Lady has been tied to the association of these fractal patterns of nature. You know, how an acorn has perfect Fibonacci sequence and specific algorithms to the mathematical perfection of things like a pineapple and an acorn. So it is the goddess of intelligent design who is there usually as a very staunch and strong reminder that you are not left alone, that you won't be left to try and figure everything out for yourself. Times when you feel lost is the time when we see this goddess come through the garden and say unto the person that feels lost, like, take a look around. You're much more than your thoughts. You are the exception to the rule. You are contrary to the pattern. The pattern was designed or created for you. The matrix was created for you and you're alone. So was this journey. And your journey and your life will present you with patterns, whether they be like patterns that are there all the time, right? Your tablecloth, the fact that the alarm clock goes off at 9 a.m. every day, or whatever your set pattern is. So you do have a little bit of control in some of these things, but we tend to get stuck, or we can tend to forget that these things are truly a pattern, and the pattern was set before us in our environment so that we could express our free will and our conscious mind to disturb the patterns at times, to create new experiences for ourselves. The pattern was never meant to consume us. We are meant to consume the pattern in such a way so that we understand it and we realize breakthroughs when they come. We recognize miracles when they occur in our lives and in other people's lives. We realize how things like sound, compassion, all these things that carry really high vibrations, it really is like Neo in the Matrix, where the bullets went through and it just blurp, 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 blurp. It just disturbs everything. So know that you are a very powerful, intelligent design, design, created in perfection, in a beautiful image, in a beautiful pattern yourself. You have all of these amazing, like, fractal things going on your body, right? The hairs on your head, you know, the wrinkles on your feet, all that stuff. It is of intelligent design, and it is of perfect pattern. So as well, for you to know, Connie, I believe that you are divinely protected. And again, these can be very comforting to you. Look to these synchronicities to give you evidence of how you can begin to dial in your energies and your frequencies so that you become aware of patterns when the patterns are getting too heavy, or when there's not enough of a pattern to make you feel comfortable, either one way or another. Okay? So hopefully that makes sense for you. There's not much known, but maybe again, if you're having like root chakra or security questions come up, you know, about health or about, you know, your financial stability or anything like this, connect with root chakra, connect with nature, begin to see the patterns of even things like your circadian rhythm and the physiology of your body, the biorhythms. Everything has this flow, this natural flow to it, and it creates the most beautiful patterns all around us in nature and that which humankind has created with their minds. They're everywhere, and you're meant to feel safe in them but not consumed by them. She's a good goddess to have on your side. Okay, here we go. Joy is increased by spreading it to others. Okay, the positive thinker sees the inevitable, feels the intangible, and achieves the impossible. I'll give that second one to you again. The positive thinker sees the invisible. Okay, that's right, seeing through the veil, you know, because what do the patterns highlight? What do the patterns make visible? You know, have you ever tried to look for a black shirt in a dark room? It's hard to do, right? But you can do it. Feels the intangible. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. We can't see it, but we can feel it. So therefore we know it's there, and it can arrive in patterns too. And you can achieve the impossible. I truly believe that for you, great oceans, because as you continue to sort of feel safe and feel in harmony, the more likely you are going to be in the future to reach out in new and different directions to more people, or to new people, or different people. And it's very much about that, right? Okay, yes, Connie, this is yours. Sorry if I said the wrong name. Connie, this is your reading. And the dragon card. Let's talk about patterns. We got the lady in the garden. Perhaps you've been single for quite a time, Connie, or perhaps you're looking now to really share your life, share your energy, share your love. But you're happy. Your spirit is happy. And you do have protection. You do have a certain amount of success in your ability not to have to worry too much about things that are outside or beyond your control. If you feel like you get a little bit lonely at times, recognize the patterns that lead to this. If you are looking to reach out to others, look for the energy signatures in other people and see if there's a pattern to them. See if there is a pattern to that, and see if it jives with you. See if it doesn't. Because sometimes, you know, learning about who you are by spending time alone can really help you learn about who you are when you're together with others and when you are in with relationships. But the 9 of coins, the 9 of diamonds, traditionally in the tarot is the lady in the garden, and she's satisfied. She's more than satisfied. She's content. So please do your best to feel happy with all that you are, all of your blessings, all that you've been gifted, and use what you have, use what you've been gifted, and use your blessings to make more, if that's what you want to do, because this is a card of perpetual abundance as well. So you're very welcome, Connie. Hopefully that reading resonated for you. Tori Tarot, thank you for the kind words. Let me check you in, Tori Tarot. Nice of you to jump into the chat and to say hi today. Tori Tarot. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff. You're very welcome. Alright, Suditi, Nikki, or Steve? Looking for Suditi, Nikki, or Steve. If any of those people are in the chat room, please let me know. And after that, we're looking for Christina, Mustafa, Malik, Moonstars, Merochelle, Lisa A, Oh I Don't Know, Diadem Kiss, and now Tori Tarot has joined the party, and we do appreciate that. Tori, good to have you here. We'll just give the people a minute to respond, and we'll keep on moving through our Goddess Oracle afternoon here on 99.9. I am your host, Pythia. Good to have you with me. Good timing. Suditi is here. Suditi, you are next. 1 second, Suditi. Okay, Suditi, you have the goddess Maya, the goddess of illusions. She's a number 34 here. This is about being a little bit reserved. This card and this goddess is about, holding back until the time is right. Many goddesses of ancient times, they would bide their time, while the gods themselves, as they called it back, when the gods were out playing, this is where the goddesses would sit back and observe. They would want to know their behaviors, their patterns, because they were just as powerful as the gods. But yet, because of the divine order of things, the goddess was more likely to sit much more like an empress and take a passive role to silent witnessing what was going on. And the goddess, Maya especially, could tell when you were full of shit or whether you were coming correct or telling the truth. She was able to see, as a goddess of illusion herself, she was able to not be susceptible to anybody else's trickery or magic, right? And again, this is a very old deity as well, about what we perceive as solid is always kind of in a constant state of flux. Science tells us that now. But these were the illusions that kept the mortals separate from the gods and goddesses. The gods and goddesses could be wakeful and mindful of the fact that everything down there was just temporary and in a constant state of flux. But they begin to fall in love with how the human beings expressed and shared their love and how beautiful they actually were. And a lot of times the illusion, especially the illusion that persists today, is how the illusion of that which is most pleasing to the five senses is that what the spirit is really trying to get after. It can be a lot of times our human mind, our human desires, our human flesh that longs after having these things in our life or wanting these things in our life. Okay? Suditi, so when that desire is quelled, when you can step beyond that and see past it, you recognize whether or not how you've been feeling and what you've been working towards, and even to a degree how you've been acting, has been a result of what is just being expressed from human desire, and why that human desire in the eyes of spirit is merely just an illusion. Sometimes they can run succinct to one another, but a lot of times they run perpendicular into each other, which means you get glimpses of it, but it's hard to hold on to it for too long. Okay? Now let's just trip back in time for a little bit more context, a little bit more substance on the goddess herself. Maya has multiple meanings in Indian philosophies depending on the context. In later Vedic texts and modern literature dedicated to Indian tradition, Mayan connotes a magic show, an illusion where things appear to be present, but they are not what they seem. Maya is also a spiritual concept, connoting that, quote, that which exists but is constantly changing and thus is spiritually unreal, end quote, right? That which exists but is constantly changing is spiritually unreal, right? Nothing there is meant to be forever, right? Nothing lasts forever. And another one, power of the principle that conceals the true character of spiritual reality. So a lot of times we have conditioned thoughts where we've been told by the generations that have come before us that these are the principles, that these are the values, that these are the techniques, that these are the things that support our society and make us benevolent. Sometimes those things can be used in the spirit of illusion, and they're true for this life that we have, but this life that we have is really just a small part, and to the last point, constantly changing, and thus spiritually unreal. So I think that when you have this card in your reading, is saying really find out spiritually where you feel confident and secure in the everlasting, in that eternal part of Suditi, not just the person, the flesh, bone, beautiful eyes and beautiful lips, not that Suditi, although she's gorgeous too, but the Suditi that is inside, Though your spirit travels far, far away, invite it to come back to you. Invite your spirit back into your body. Invite your inner beliefs, your inner gods and goddesses. Invite them out to play. Tell them that the door to your heart is open, and there needs to be no perception of open or closed. It is merely just an illusion. And as well, when you look out at the world around you, the media, the economy, the government, the war, all that stuff, it's all bullshit, right? And she's the goddess on your side to let you know some of that, okay? Because we're higher, we're next level, don't forget Suditi, okay? Here we go. Put something in your heart and in your mind right now, Suditi, and I will read the good vibe message for your situation right now. Apply this to your situation. Happiness is never decreased by being shared. So the more people you can let in on the secret, the more people that you can have spiritual discussion with and really can talk about the really important things in life, not just the things that we have an illusion about that we think is going to make us happy, but the stuff that really matters. By talking this out with people and having deep conversations with people, this will create happiness and understanding between you and others. Also, listen, pay attention, and treasure every moment, Think about how fleeting life is. Okay, so then life isn't all that long. Hopefully that's not depressing. But then think about it. How quick do the days and the hours and the weeks go? They really fly by as the planets and the sun hurtle through the galaxy, At Mach Schnickety, they're friggin' mobbing through space and time, and so are we. So get in touch with that higher portion of yourself, that true portion of yourself, that eternal part of yourself through meditation, right? That quiet listening portion of it, It's like a spiritual conversation. When we're praying, we're speaking through our mind to the divine. When we're meditating, we're listening for an answer from the divine. And if you can heighten these skills, you will cut through all the illusion, all the bullshit that is, maybe appearing in your life or that you're viewing on the nightly news, or all the weirdness that's happening in society. Okay? She's the goddess of illusion. That message needed to come out. But let's go ahead and get your dragon card, Suditi. Should be good. Coming up a lot from many people today. Again, it is the Seven of Swords, the Seven of Spades, right? Be wary as well. Now that we see these cards combined, be wary of tricksters, of con men, of liars. Okay, because a lie is a grand illusion, and that's the one that can be devastating. And she's the one that she's like the goddess, like the centurion goddess that. Always on the lookout, like the beacon, because Maya senses that somebody is lying to them. Maya senses that somebody is coming with half-truths or untruths or proclaiming their way to be the best way when they're keeping the dark side of it a secret, right? Because we know cosmic law, we know how that works. So, if people claim something, engage them right away. Okay, I understand your claim. But where is the foundation of this claim? If your claim is true, would that also not make these other things true? Don't be afraid to put people on the spot if you sense that they're feeding you a line of hootenanny. You know what I mean? If they're feeding you a bunch of borscht, so to speak. All right, just be careful. Some people lie they're not even conscious that they're lying anymore. They're so good at it. They've done it for so long. Things of that nature. You do meet those people in this lifetime too. And as for you to become a master of illusion, you will always be given people where you'll be given the opportunity to see someone that's true, genuine, and altruistic versus like a fake guru type bullshitter person. You'll always have that opportunity to see the difference between those people. And that's a really nice gift or superhero ability to have. Okay, Suditi? Alright. Somebody close is lying to me. It's possible. It's very possible. It's saying keep your eyes open for it. Make sure you put that person on the spot. If you're worried if they're lying to you, put that person on the spot. Find the right questions to ask that person to cut through the illusion. Okay? Alright. Thanks, Suditi. Alright. Oh, Nikki. Nikki is, if you're here, Nikki, it is your turn. We've got Steve, Christina L on the list, Mustafa, Malik, Marochelle, Lisa A, oh, I don't know, Diadem Kiss, Tori Taro, and yeah, we're just having a day. And there's Sophie. Hi, Sophie. Welcome to the program. Sophie, I'm going to check you in. Write your name down. Sophie, you're here. We just asked that you wait in turn. So, Sophie, I got you checked in. And you will be coming up quick, because I don't think there's a lot of people. A lot of people had to leave. Oh, and Devilish Queen. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Devilish Queen. It happens when the microdot is like, it's dark, so I didn't see it. It just sneaks through there. Hello to you as well. And Bushra Mahdi. Welcome, Bushra Mahdi. Bushra Mahdi. Got you checked in. Okay. All right, I know Mustafa is here. There's Gabrielle M. Hey, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming. All right. I will continue reading. This is going to be a bit of a marathon until all the goddess cards are gone. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a time. Hopefully we don't have to take too many breaks. But I thank you to all the new people that have stepped into the chat room. I've got you checked in. We're going to be talking to Mustafa next. Okay. And then depending on how many people are here or not here, I'll let you know. It goes like this. Mustafa, Malik, Moonstars, Marochelle, Lisa A, oh, I don't know, Diadem Kiss, Tori Taro, Sophie, Devilish Queen, Mushrabadi, and Gabrielle M. Okay? So, be patient. Wait your turn. Hang out for a while. Enjoy the party. Enjoy the show. There's lots of messages that come through that can resonate or have the ability to be relevant to your situation as well, depending on how awake, how open your minds are at this time. Okay? Okay. Okay, Mustafa. Looks like you're up next. I'm excited to read for you. Thanks for being patient. Alright, Mustafa, there she is Ishtar, the goddess of communication. This is right interesting. We're just entering the throes of a Mercury retrograde, and Mercury is the planet or the god that controls business, communication, and commerce. But Ishtar here is we're going back into some further Eastern tradition, deity, and time to talk to the goddess of Ishtar, who, and I use the word talk to because she is very relevant. She is very relevant in that communication that is kept current is better than communication that has been left too long. So there may be just a mundane message here for you to refresh communications with people that you are at risk of falling out of touch with, right? You haven't communicated for too long. It's kind of like you don't want to let those ships sail without, talking to these people or communicating to these people. Ishtar is also here to say there are many places that you can communicate from. You can communicate from a point of ego. You can communicate from a point of higher understanding. You can communicate from your heart. And you can communicate through your nervous system as well, right? Fight or flight syndrome, right? Where it's like adrenaline can take over. And when we think about it, all stimulus in our environment, sights, sounds, tastes, touches, the way things feel, these are all forms of communication. And we kind of think, well, communication is about what happens on my cell phone. Communication is about what happens through reading the paper or watching the news or listening to the old man at the coffee shop. Like that. That's real communication. It is, but it's much deeper, and it goes much more beyond that into these realms of Ishtar. These are communications like positive and negative reinforcements. You think of the story of the child that puts their hand on the hot stove and it hurts. And it teaches them never to do that again for the rest of their life, because it is a negative reinforcement, right? It is a form of communication that went deep to the core. And these are about these core communications. And it's funny because there are people that get very zealous over, preaching that their way is the only way, or their way is the right way, or their way is the best way. And so it's about communicating with open minds or closed minds, right? All right. We are going to be traveling to Samaria to find out more about Ishtar, okay? All right. She also goes by the name Inanna, a Mesopotamian goddess associated with love, beauty, sex, war, justice, and political power. She had it all, believe you me. She was originally worshipped in Sumer under the name Inanna and was later worshipped by the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians under the name of Ishtar. She is known as the Queen of Heaven and was the patron goddess of the Iana temple in the city of Uruk, which was her main center. She's associated with the planet Venus, and her most prominent symbols include the lion and the 8-pointed star. Her husband was a god Dumuzid, later known as Tammuz, or personal attendants, and the goddess who were of the same deity. So, this is ancient Sumerian stuff here. This also has ties to the crystalline grid, Lemuria, and the kingdoms of old. So maybe what it's saying here is, for your journey, your life path and your journey, Mustafa, the gathering of information, the assertment of knowledge, you may be on a direct quest to find out everything you can about that which is interesting to you. We're only really limited by our own minds, by what we tell ourselves, our communication with ourselves, the other understand. So once you go within and you seek out who you are on a deeper level, it opens up all of these new questions that you could begin to ask yourself about, well, what do I want to do with my life? What is it that fascinates me the most that I am free to know more about, that I am free to go out and find out for myself? Or in essence, communication is a lot more than just self-talk. Communication is a declaration to yourself that you're going to go out and experience things. And then it snowballs. It begins to flow in. The more you learn, the more you know, creates that scientific process. Well, now that I know this, it elevates these questions. And you can go after that in your life as well. She's saying when you communicate to yourself, do so liberally. Never be ashamed of your own thoughts. Never be ashamed that you thought something that, it didn't seem like yourself. It was far away from yourself. These are just natural processes so that define for you the best light. It defines for you the best way. It defines for you the certainty of success, because you're consistently providing yourself with information of this is what works versus this is what doesn't work. This is what makes me happy versus this is what makes me upset. These are communications, and it's always happening like 1,000 times a minute or 1,000 times a second, so fast and so much so that we can't be aware of it. And it's a very high vibrational energy when you become sort of like this SpongeBob SquarePants to all the information that's out there. We can't know it all anymore, so it's very important. And I feel this card is telling you, Mustafa, to really define, make sure that you know what fascinates the most and what you want to know about the most, so that you conduct yourself in a way that's dedicated to that, rather than having like 100 things that are kind of interesting to you, and you maybe do this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, the other thing. Why not pour your heart into something? Why not jump into something with both feet, where you can start to do the deep dives to get information, to draw happiness, and to feel fulfillment and satisfaction through, I came, I saw, I found out about it, now I know, and I feel victorious, I feel successful, and that's there for you. So whatever's in your mind, Mustafa, this is the portion of the reading where I will give you your good vibe messages for your situation or that which you're thinking about. Please apply these informations to that which is important to you. Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. And that is just so true. That is straight truth right there. Optimism is faith that lead to achievement, that nothing can be done without hope and confidence. So, optimism, happy-go-lucky, it could be worse, the glass is half full type people. It's a very important mindset, because that mindset in itself is a form of faith, and it's a most benevolent form of faith that leads to good things happening because you have the hope and confidence that they one day will. The key to being happy is knowing that you have the power to choose what to accept and what to let go. And we talked about that, and it happens in the form of communication, right? You hear it, it just doesn't sound right, it just doesn't make you feel good. Screw it, cut it off. Or you see this and it makes you happy and it's pleasing and it gets your imagination going, and you go, yes please, more of that. That would be awesome. Thank you, right? Let me get your dragon card out here, Mustafa. Oh wow. You got the Ace of Wands here as well too. Saying, don't worry, just talk to her. If you're inspired, just talk to her. Just open your mouth freely. Say what's on your mind. Say what's in your heart. It can't betray you. Other people might run away, and don't be sad if that happens, because you know in full well-beingness that you spoke simply what was natural, simply what was on your mind, and simply what was in their heart. And if they couldn't handle that and they ran away, don't worry. You don't have to feel guilty about that, but it is very important. Just talk to her. Don't try and write a speech and then say it to her. Don't try and plan out or figure out what you're going to say. Just get out of your head about it until the moment is upon you, and then just do it. Then just say it. Okay? That's with the Ace of Clubs. That's that big D-lift in energy down there with the Ace of Wands. Okay? A lot about inspiration and creativity as well there. So you may find a new way to communicate with the world through your art or through your songwriting or through your use of language. You could do that too, Mustafa. All right? Pleasure to read for you. Thanks for being patient today, Mustafa. Good to have you in the chat room and here at the party. Speaking of the party, it wouldn't be a party if it wasn't for Evel's Dog 88. Welcome, Evel's Dog 88. And welcome to Deirdre. Deirdre. Good to have you here today, Deirdre. Always a pleasure to have you. You're also beautiful there in your microdots. Good to see you. I see Lisa there waiting oh so patiently. Thanks for being here. Okay, I will update the list. I will do it. Okay. It goes like this. Thanks, Mustafa. Looking to speak with Malik Moonstars. Malik or Moonstars, if you are here, please let me know. Also, Morochelle and Lisa A. You guys get ready. You're on deck. You're not too far off. And then, I don't know, Diodem Kiss, Tori Taro, Sophie, Devilish Queen, Mushra Body, Gabrielle M, Evel's Dog 88, and Deirdre. You guys got a little while yet, but your turns will be coming up soon. And don't worry, if you miss your turn by like one or two, I generally tend to loop around. And if you miss your turn by a lot, I just tack you back onto the bottom of the list. So nobody really misses out or messes up, or Mississippi. MISSISSIPPI. All right, so Moonstars or Malik, you've got just a hot minute to get here in on the chat line. Then we will be moving on to Meryl Shell or Lisa Arnold. Alrighty, and we're back. We never really went anywhere, but technically we're back. Back in black. I hit the sack. I bet you know I'm glad to be back. Getting loose from the noose that's kept me hanging around. Alright, enough of that. Okay, Malik, sorry if you have missed your turn. Moon Stars, I am sorry if you missed your turn. Meryl Shell with the beautiful name. I think she might have bounced too, which means Lisa Arnold. Amazingly patient and active in the chat. Thanks, Lisa Arnold. Looking so good. That's a big old smile on your face. I can tell. You're here. The time is now. Let's get this thing done. Goddess readings here on 99.9. Good vibes all the time. For Lisa Arnold. Yeah, I got you on the list, Sophie. Don't you worry. It's coming up soon. Coming up soon. Ocean, the goddess of generosity. Number 40. Look at the contentment. Look at the beauty in her face on this card. I really love this. This is like being an instrument. You know, if you're going to be you can't be a musician unless you know how to play musical instruments, right? It's just kind of like karmic cosmic law. You know, it's very difficult to achieve the things that you want if you don't put down the foundations. And Ocean is a goddess of foundation, the goddess of generosity. It's like without her, without the compassion, benevolence, the art or the act of giving or having compassion for the fellow human being, all is lost. Nothing is worthwhile without it. And as a result, people feel sometimes a level of entanglement or being torn. And sometimes you may tell yourself stories like, I don't deserve this, or that person doesn't deserve that, or, you know, where the hell do they get off thinking they can talk to me like that or treat me like that, right? And you'd be right. It's human nature. It's a human nature that acts like a layer, like a calcified layer over the pineal gland to have survival instincts, to think for oneself, to look out for number one, to make sure that you're always taken care of. But people can become overzealous in this, and they don't trust enough in God, source, their own faith in the universe, that the universe and God has their back. So they try to have their own back, and what happens is then they begin to lack levels of generosity because they are motivated by fear and worry for their own root chakra, for their own security, for their own place in the world, for their own survival even. It's very deep-seated in the unconscious. But Ocean is a battling goddess of generosity. She will always in the moment think, this is the right action. This is the right thing to do. And it doesn't mean you're going to go throwing out C notes at people begging on the side of the road. It's not necessarily saying that in terms of being able to do what you can, give what you can. It's very nice in the patterns of the matrix of life on earth, how the opportunities from generosity, they're not constantly at your door. Not everybody's begging at your feet, asking you to have a piece of your pie. It usually happens when you're in some obscure place and somebody lends you a hand putting like winter chains on your tires, or you end up in some other place where you give person a sandwich that you had extra and you weren't going to eat it on your way anyways. And why did you have that interaction with that person? Oh man, I had that extra lunch in my car. I had that thing, right? And you're like, oh man. And soon, with ocean on your side, right action begins to take over. And generosity, whether it's through an act of kindness, whether it's through the spoken word of compassion, or whether it's through a direct action of help, they all begin to flow from you in the right time, okay, and for the right reasons. And you'll feel that in your isness, kind of like you'll get a gut feeling about, is this the right time to be giving? Is this the right time to be generous? Is this something that if I give to this, will it benefit spirit? Or is it just for some other entity, some other aspect of somebody else's greed or their lack of generosity to which I'm giving? But let's go back in time to look at Ocean, a spirit, a deity, of the goddess that reflects one of the manifestations of being, okay? She is one of the most popular and venerated Orishas. Ocean is an important river deity among the Libra people. She is the goddess of divinity, femininity, fertility, beauty, and love. So it's not just generosity. This is life-giving. I don't know if you're a mother, if you're planning to be a mother, or perhaps that is just in the cards for your future, the capacity for the depth of compassion that leads you to the maternal nature of being a mother. But she's in your life saying that this is here for you. Okay? So, as we took it back in time, this goes back, if she's a river goddess, it means she's constantly in the flow. So, that's right. The river gives, but the river is not going to bend to somebody's will. The river gives to them only what they need when they come to the river, but the river is not going to stop flowing or change the direction it flows for anybody. And you're that current, you're that torrent, you're that spiritual force that moves through the 3D matrix, and you leave awakeness of goodness and compassion behind, especially if this goddess is on your side. In mundane, you may see this as opportunity. What you give today kind of waits like a seed to bloom, and then when the seed blooms, it creates 30 more seeds in the top of it, and the farmer trusts it to do so. So this is the natural cycles of generosity. When you're willing to plant seeds of simple generosity, the generous things that people will give back to you, they do have that exponential fold. Like the Bible talks about it, how give unto thee and it will be returned to you 7 times or 100 times or whatever it is. Think about that in terms of like a stalk of wheat or something, anything that bears fruit and bears flower and bears seeds. It's very much like that in the flow. Your little act, when done right from the heart in generosity, it lays in wait like that seed. And pretty soon, the future, the abundance just begins to rain down upon you. So it's a really good goddess to have on your side and to see there. Okay? All right, here's your message for your situation. Whatever your situation, Lisa, is, you don't have to tell me. You can just keep it in your heart. These are your messages, good vibe messages for today. It says, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. That's right. Nobody is allowed to talk to you that way, okay? And if you give them their power, they may do that. So stay the river, stay the course. Second message, perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. I don't know what that means, but optimism, optimism for each and every day, right? We talked about that exponential growth, perpetual multiplier. Perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. It has the snowball effect. It doesn't stop. It doesn't let you turn around in the other direction. It will always continue to multiply abundance in your life. And it starts with just the simple acts. They don't always happen overnight. Hopefully they don't take too long. And we don't think about them when we do them, that they are going to return good yields. You get a reading like this to be reminded of it. But when you're actually committing the act of generosity in its simple form, you don't think about the future. You think about how good it felt just right here and now. Right? All right. Let's have a look. Wow. This keeps coming up today. So many people have had the Seven of Swords. Just be careful out there, right? Again, when we're generous, sometimes it does attract the people to us that they would be there to take advantage. They would be there to get to know you well, to come under the guise of friendship because they know of your generosity. So you're very careful over who you let in, and I feel that this is a reflection of Ocean herself. Ocean is not going to give generously to those that don't do so themselves, right? And you can internalize that, and you can intuit that on a deeper level, or you know those people in your life of who fits that bill and who doesn't, right, Lisa? Okay. Thanks so much for coming. I hope that reading resonated for you. It was a good goddess to have. Absolutely. Okay. Just hold out. Hold out. We'll see who's next here. Okay. Looking for Diadem Kiss. If Diadem Kiss is here, oh, I don't know. That was an interesting username to have. Oh, I don't know. Diadem Kiss, Tori Tarot, Sophie, Devilish Queen, Musha Bodhi, Musha, Gabrielle M, Evel's Dog 88, and Deirdre. Welcome, Deirdre. Good to see everybody that's here today. Alright, that was a pleasure to read for you, Lisa. We'll just give those people at the top of the list a minute to respond. And again, that's Diadem Kiss, Tori Tarot, OIDK, and Sophie. Sophie is here. Good to have you here, Sophie. Give me a minute and I will do your reading. Well, that's good, Lisa. At least you are able to put that all into perspective. The people that come here, they're very intuitive to begin with. You know, they find us here on this little channel, and they're not out for the same old selfish things that you see on most tarot channels. We really pride ourselves here at 99.9 in standing apart in that, and we really appreciate all of the spiritually blessed and awake people that come to hang out with us. You know, like we say in the description, we are probably the most intuitive, benevolent community in all of YouTube. They keep us a secret, and we don't mind staying under the radar, okay? Because it keeps us tight, it keeps us close, you know. And hopefully you're not having any trouble letting go of that, Lisa. I think you're far and away above and beyond that. But we do free tarot, and feel free to join us whenever you have some extra time. Sophie, the goddess of the past has come to speak with you today. This is Nemosin. Well, she looks like she's ready for a mimosa. She's looking again with the beautiful ladies depicted in this particular oracle deck. Nemosin, goddess of the past, all right? We had the goddess of the future up earlier today. Somebody pulled the goddess of the future. But when we look at the three fates, or the system of the fates, we have a rich past that we look at as like a mountain pathway. You know, the things we put behind us, sometimes it's very sad to have to put things behind us. And sometimes it feels like relief to put things in the past. And other times, it's very painful when the past shows up in the present moment and we have to deal with it again. Right? I feel what this goddess is saying to you is to
not get weighed down. Don't be bullied by your own thoughts about what could have been or what should have been or what didn't happen. Okay, I think this is a very, very important point for you, Sophie. Okay. Let's go back in time and see what Nemosin has to say about her origins and what more we can get here as a result. I love the pink, vibrant energy here. This is very nice because this is about stepping outside of systems. You may have a very deep connection from the past. The reason why she's showing up is that maybe certain cycles and relationships in this lifetime have to do with clearing energies and clearing relationships that happened like throughout different lifetimes. It happened a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, if I want to be cliche about it. But Nemosin is the goddess of memory in Greek mythology. Nemosin is derived from the same source of the word mnemonic, that being the Greek word which means remembrance and memory. Okay? It's the things that like gives context to artists, poets, politicians even, you know, from their possession of intellectual property and the way things are. The ability to remember things and to recall things has oftentimes made people popular or made people powerful. It was this ability of the mind to recall the past and to bring it out in their artwork, in their literature, in their writing, in their policy, in their whatever it is they were into, that allowed it to resonate for people, right? It is the essence of like the legend within the legend. It's like something must have happened a long, long time ago in order for this knowledge to be carried forward from generation to generation. These can come in the forms of values or belief systems or things that people kind of, they like to have them in their life because it feels very good. And you're right, she does. She looks so elegant and super composed, like unwavering, unfathomable, because she's untouchable. You think about the past. Well, it came up in somebody else's reading. You can't affect the past, no matter how much you want to think about it, cringe about it, worry about it, work to fix it. It can never be undone. It is untouchable. But it is also an illusion. It's not a real place where we can go. All it is like a reflecting pool, and you can look into it, much like she looks like she's looking off at herself in a distant mirror somewhere. And we can look at the past for guidance. We can look at the past for the wisdom through remembering positive and negative reinforcements, information that is still could be current, but we experienced in the past. So then we make the conscious choice or the conscious remembrance through memory to try and relive that or to stay as far the hell away from that as possible. Right? So you see how that works, how that can act as a talisman, as a guidepost. You bring it out like an amulet in the dark night. You bring the past out and you let it shine and be like, do we see anything reminiscent of things that would make this situation less painful, more desirable, less desirable, whatever it wants to be, because you use it as a reflecting board. It's like you hold the fake money up to the counterfeit detector to know if it's real or not, to know if it's valuable or not. The past is like the monocle for the money detector, and the present moment is like the money that's going through it. You're like, I like this, I don't like this, this is real, this is fake. The past is an amazing discernment tool that is always there in your bag of tricks, in your quiver. It's always something that was there that you can rely upon. You can't affect it. You can't go down rabbit holes thinking about it. You shouldn't never spend too much time there because it is an illusionary place, but it is an effective tool. You hold something up against the light of the past or the experience of the past, and boom, immediately it reconfirms the discernment of your mind of whether or not this is good, this is bad, this is sad, or this is glad, right? All right. Now is the time of the reading, Sophie, where I ask you to put a thought or a feeling or a person into your mind, and these are the good vibe messages about that person, thinking or feeling. Animal, vegetable, mineral. All right. So whatever it is, Sophie, radiate positivity. Message 2, the formula of happiness and success is just being actually yourself in the most vivid possible way you can. Don't change for anybody. You've tried that before and it didn't work. Okay? Lots of love. Oh wait, we got to get your dragon card out here. Dragon card for Sophie, please. El Ten of Swords. 10 minutes later. Sophie, it's the 10 of Swords. It's the 10 of Spades. It is the 10. It is the end of the cycle. It is, I feel, right now, a time where you are taking present situations, present mental, you're taking out the trash, I think. You're taking a lot of these things and you're deciding to put them in your past for good now. And that's an excellent thing, because it's hard for new beginnings, new experiences, and a new day to dawn in the next chapter of your life to get going without a hitch until we've really, kind of categorized and put away all the old characters, all the old settings, all of the old plot twists. We just bury them back there. We can use them as our tools, but we don't spend a lot of time thinking about them anymore. So a strong message from Spirit for you to maybe not spend as much time there in the past. She's got your back. Source in the universe has got your back. But use the past more effectively. Use it as a power tool or a superpower rather than a distraction. And unfortunately, sometimes a way to get lost in the forest if you spend too much time there. Okay? Alrighty then. Sophie, very good to have you on the program today. Tori Tarot, good timing. You didn't miss by much. I can go right back to you. That's really good, Tori Tarot. So we'll do Tori Tarot. Still looking to see if Diadem Kiss is around. Maro Shell, the Devilish Queen, the Musha Body, Gabrielle M, Evel's Dog 88, and Deirdre are still yet to come. Alright. Blessings unto you as well. Don't forget, hit the like button, tell your friends, share our videos. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't for you guys, and I always love inviting new people to come and find us. Even though technically we're still YouTube's best kept secret, they can't have everybody finding out about us all at once, or it wouldn't allow us to be able to do this, which is kind of the real pudding and Georgie Porgy pudding and pie, kiss the girls and made them cry type vibe that we like. Alright, we're going to go ahead and do Tori Tarot. Thanks for the kind words, Tori. Give me a minute and I'll get your reading out. Oh, the dragon card. The dragon card. I just call them the dragon cards. They got dragons on them. They got dragons on the back. There's dragons! There's dragons everywhere! Oh my goodness. Alright, Tori Tarot. Here we go, like toe tippy toe. I keep all 5 burrows in stitches. Alright. Iris. Beautiful, beautiful. I like this. We had Ishtar, communication. Now we have the other goddess of communication come up here as well. Can there be 2 goddesses of communication? Of course there can be 2 goddesses of communication. We don't play by the rules. We're next level up here. This is 22. I like this. This is an abundant number. Okay? This is about nonverbal communication as well. We talked about it in a reading prior, Tori. How all information is communication. But think about the iris, right? It's the part of the eye. It's the, what is done. A picture is worth 1,000 words. What other cliches can I use? The realist, that which is real, is that which doesn't have to be understood by comprehending words. That which is realist is that which you lay eyes upon and you're like, damn. Or you're like, ew. Or you're like, oh. Right? Because these are the communications that touch the very heart, that touch your very soul, and it oftentimes comes through something you see. The things that we hear, if they're intangible or if we're not right there in front of them, it takes a lot of interpretation, it takes a lot of envisioning, and it takes a lot of questioning and all this kind of stuff. That's not the communication that Isis is involved with. Iris is involved with actually being able to see the hard evidence, the fruits of her labor, the consequences of her mischief, whatever it might be, it's all there as direct evidence, direct proof. So then that which is real versus that which is requiring faith, because that's really like, if something's unreal, we can still draw from it, but it requires a level of faith. If something is there, like maybe a huge piece of quartz crystal, it's very real, and it very much helps clear the etheric realm so that, you know, you feel less anxiety, you feel less stress, and you know that it's actively and actually working for you. I love the vibrant covers. I love the wings on the sides of her tiara and her isness. It means she allows her mind to be as free and travel as far as her mind wants to go. Don't feel that if you're a bit of a daydreamer, or if you entertain fanciful thoughts of fantasies of faraway castles or beach paradises, or a blissful formulation of heaven that you find, don't feel guilty for taking time to fantasize about these things. It's perfectly alright. No one's there to tell you that you can't. See it in your mind's eye, and therefore make it a part of your real experience. You're enacting the law of attraction and the laws of the cosmos without even knowing it, but those things won't work. It would be very hard to manifest your desires into reality if you feel guilty about allowing your mind to wander there in the first place, right? It's kind of like Cyndi Lauper, right? Oh, daddy dear, you know you're still number one, but girls just want to have fun. You know, I want to allow my mind to be as free as it needs to be, as free as I want it to go, right? All right. So there's not too much about Iris, okay? She's a personification in the goddess of the rainbow and a messenger of the gods, much like Mercury is, and Mercury's retrograde as of yesterday. So, and it affects communication. So this card may be here in your reading today to say, be mindful about what's being said and actually about what's being done. You can see here in this card, the goddess of the rainbow. Why is the rainbow the tracks of her tears? It doesn't necessarily say that. Wear your war wounds loud and proud. Communicate through your personality more than through your narrative. People respond to what is real versus what has to be recalled and rehashed or parroted and retold. Nobody wants to hear a story of a do-over or a story about a story that somebody thinks they heard from across the way. That shit is boring to people. Iris is the communication is being like, I am here now. Let's talk about what's before us. Let's discuss the future. Let's find that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. All right? People say I'm the life of the party 'cause I tell a joke or two. Although I might be laughing and having fun, deep inside I'm blue. So take a good look at my face. You can see my smile looks out of place. If you look closer, it's easy to trace the tracks of my tears. Be a powerful presence. You have this opportunity. I really feel that you can be all about it. You can influence and you can bring about happiness to your daily life. Inject some serious straight up information into it. And around, begin to make the spirit of the people in the community that is around you, whether it's a small office gathering, whether it's a family, whether it's an online community. I don't know how it is that you interact, but it's saying go out and bring your powerful personality into the world for the benefit of many people. It doesn't take a lot of effort. All you have to do is chin up, raise your head to the sky, walk out that front door, and do the things that you want to do today. And then that communication will begin to flow. You may be receiving at this time as well certain mixed messages from lovers or from family members or people close to you. You may be looking for more evidence than the narrative that's being told, and that's okay too. The goddess of communication is on your side, and that's a good thing, especially if you're confused about what someone else's intentions are at this time. And whatever that is, lock it up into your mind right now, Tori, okay? And apply these good vibe messages to it. No act of kindness is ever wasted. And find joy in everything that you choose to do. Remember, it's always a choice. What you choose to do, who you choose to believe, what you choose to listen to, whatever information or media that you like to relax. If you like this channel, that is great. But never look at us with just like blind faith. And sometimes you may make decisions that like, yeah, there might be something that used to really work for me and it doesn't anymore. The communication is now falling on deaf ears because in essence the natural progression of you and things is you will evolve past things. It's never meant for there to perpetually try and keep you down or keep you the student. You will outmaster many of your teachers. You come to learn lessons deeper and make them work for you in better new ways than, people never told you that the end result could be filled with so much potential. Okay, and that's the goddess of Iris, the communication. Alright. Your dragon card is the 7 of coins. Alright, waiting to see, right? Waiting to cash your chips in. The 7 of coins in the minor arcana in the tarot is the image of the guy standing in the garden with the big bush, not knowing what to do, maybe procrastinating, feeling uncertainty, thinking that the grass is greener on the other side of the fence, and this sort of thing. In regards to your practicality in all situations coming up for the next few weeks or the next couple days, I would say just kind of remain in a holding pattern. Wait and see what the implications are of the environment around you. It could be everything, like are restrictions being lifted or increased? Am I allowed to come out from hiding from under my bed? Is COVID myth reality? Is it a common cold, or is it going to kill me the moment it lands on me? There's so much that we're learning about how we breathe and how we communicate to ourselves, how we inject our longevity of our life and our spirit into our body. Determines the level of fear that we live in. It determines the level of sickness that we block out. It determines all of these things. So when it comes to that, you can think about ways in the future of how you can take what you have now. Maybe it's time to liquidate. Maybe it's time to cash in. Maybe you've been telling yourself a narrative for a while that creates momentum about what you're actually going to do next. Whether rather subconsciously, unconsciously, or being fully conscious of it, it doesn't really matter. But it will eventually bring you to an action point. And that's what this 7 of coins is saying. You're eventually being called to an action point to do something about it. Whatever it is that you were there thinking about today. Okay, Tori Tarot? Lots of love. Good to see you here. It's Iris. Thank you, Iris. The beautiful goddess cards that we are dealing with today. Alright. So Tori Tarot, we talked to Sophie. We got Devilish Queen, Mushra Body, Gabrielle M, Evil's Dog 88. Deirdre is here. And I see Jeanette Valencia. Welcome, Jeanette. Good to have you on the program. I'll check you in. You will be right after Deirdre, Jeanette. Oh, and Scarlet K has come into the room. We're going to jump over and read Scarlet K next because she is a member here at the channel, the Loyal Listeners Club at 99.9. Good vibes all the time. Big warm welcome to Scarlet K. Good to see you here today. Today is the greatest day I've ever known. Okay, so it's going to go like this. Scarlet K, Devilish Queen, Mushra Body, Gabrielle M, Evil's Dog, Deirdre, and Jeanette. And some of those people may have left, so your turn may actually become a lot quicker than you think. So just hang in there, feed your puppy, pet your kitty, take your goldfish for a walk, whatever you need to do. will be here for a little bit longer today. Deirdre, is that's correct? Hopefully I'm saying that wrong. I never put too much emphasis on that, but it's fun. It's absolutely fun. Okay, Scarlet K, here we go. That's funny. Goddess Danu, the goddess of assurance, Scarlet. And that's what really the work we've been doing the last little bit is true, isn't it, Scarlet? Trying to assure yourself, reassure of you that you didn't do anything wrong, that there's nothing wrong with you, that everything that happened to you, not because of who you were, but to show you and to guide you. The goddess of assurance will play. She will make you feel sure about what to do next. By providing you a mystery, she will provide for you a change in your life. This is card 18. This is a card of a 9, a transformation. So the ending of a cycle. So when we see Danu there, you have to know that whatever's unseen, whatever's unspoken, whatever is a bit of mystery in your life is there for a reason. It's meant to be in your life. And whether it throws you off your guards or whether you feel like you're seeking to be assured about something, whether it's your happiness, your fulfillment, and it seems like everything is like taken away or nothing's possible, or it's like banging your head against a locker. You couldn't quite get your fingers on it. You couldn't quite get everything wrapped around. Danu is theirs because it's not there for you to possess. It's not there for somebody else to possess. You don't belong to anyone, right? We belong to the city. We belong to the night, right? You don't belong to anybody. Nobody ever truly belongs to you. It's the same with pets and animals, right? People say, my dog, this is my dog, right? It's not your dog. Dog has a choice, right? But this is an Irish goddess. Scarlet, let's go back in time and see what Danu is saying. In modern Irish, also known as Dana, the hypothetical mother goddess of the old Irish, primarily seen as an ancestral figure, some Victorian sources also associate her with the land. So that's interesting. So this is about your place. This is about knowing your journey. This is about embracing the change that needs to occur within you to be able to assure you that you can cope with the changes that happen around you. When changes happen around us and we refuse to change with those things, it's very difficult, and life can get increasingly hard during these times. Okay, so just note that in terms of your levels of assurance versus your levels of uncertainty. That uncertainty, it's like we said, there really is no such thing as hot or cold. There is only temperature and varying degrees of temperature. It's almost as if Danu would be more like, assurance versus uncertainty. There's just different degrees of certainty that you have. And certainty comes from when we take power back into ourselves and we stop giving it out. We begin to grow new things for ourselves, by ourselves, to have a level of independence which provides for the assurance that's there. Okay, Scarlet? So whatever it is that's on your mind today, these are the good vibe messages that are coming their way for you. It goes a little something like this. The one thing you've got to do the best you can do, no matter what the given situation. And remember, Scarlet, that you are entirely up to you. I'll repeat that. You are entirely up to you. Do you understand? Our happiness doesn't happen to us from anywhere outside of us. And if we believe that that's the way it is, we tend to suffer. But if we understand that our happiness is up to our conscious mind to be happy, we own it, then we begin to take control of it. We begin to become the director of the movie rather than someone who paid $18 to go and see it. If that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Scarlet? Alright. Ace of Cups, you had this in your reading yesterday, silly. There's new love coming for you. I felt it yesterday and it showed up here again today in your dragon card. Get ready for it. As soon as you get over this Joker, there's new love is going to be knocking at your door right away. I can sense it. I can feel it. It just comes with your attractive nature. Okay? To be or not to be. What did we had? Taming of the Shrew yesterday with Guildenkrantz and Rosenstein, or Rothschild and Guildenstern and some Taming of the Shrew action going on yesterday. Now we've got some Hamlet, a little bit of Othello, maybe some Romeo and Juliet. Let's talk about it. So Scarlet, thank you for being on the show today. Now we got Sophie, we got Devilish Queen, Mushra Body, Gabrielle M, Evil's Dog 88, Deirdre, and Jeanette. I don't even think there are all that many people watching right now, so just if you're in the chat room, if you're one of the people in the chat room, type something in here so I know how this list is going to finish up today. And because I think we are at 3 hours 30 minutes, so we better start putting a bow tie on this some bitch and closing her up for the day. And that's all right. That's okay. All right. Welcome back, Steve. I know Deirdre is here. I don't know if Evel's Dog is here or Gabrielle is here anymore. I know Deirdre and Jeanette are likely still here. If that's the case, get at a reader in the chat room. Yeah, we got to end it. It happened again today. The longer we live stream for, the bigger the chat delay seems to get. So that's just frustrating. So we'll just get a few more here, and then I'll close the list, and that'll be that. So if you hadn't gotten a reading yet today, please let me know now. I know Deirdre is here, and it's pretty quiet Thursday here, and we'll round out the program. Deirdre, good to have you here today. Steve, did you want a goddess card? That is the question. You don't have words. Yeah, words can be tricky. Words are weapons sharper than knives. Makes you wonder how the other half died. All right, Gurkhurst Metro Town, absolutely. Just in time. Going on with the Mars thing too. Should be a fun month. Get ready for the intensity of the Scorpio clown shoes as well. Gonna come running out of the closet, honking his nose and riding his unicycle. Surely, why not? I'm waiting for Chloe in the grocery store. Okay. Alright. Oh, so she's in, and you're just chilling in the car? Alright. Let me touch base with Deirdre. She's been so patient, Steve, and then I'll go ahead and flip a card for you. If you're driving on the way home, that's okay. You can always come back and watch later. You're at like the 3 hour, 40 minute mark. And yeah, that'll be a great way to round out the program today. Wondering if she'll take more or less than an hour. Let's have a look. Let's have just a quick look. More than an hour. If we were with Drew Carey on The Price is Right, this would be 89. This is like an hour and a half. What? An hour and a half? 89 minutes? Or she might just be 8 or 9 more minutes. Could go either way. If she's not out in 10 minutes, it's going to be an hour and a half. And if she's not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Okay, Deirdre, sorry, I'm clowning around with Steve here. Let's get to work, get you your cards out, Deirdre. Lots of love, big hugs. Thanks for coming today. Deirdre, what a gorgeous card. What a gorgeous oracle pull to have today. Métis, the goddess of wisdom. Métis is a Western goddess. Métis is... I like it. Is there only one god of wisdom? No, there's many goddesses of wisdom. It's very nice. Wisdom is the ability to share knowledge. Wisdom is the ability to control and direct and dictate the mind's activity. The mind is like kind of like a dog. It will, we always say monkey mind. Okay, like a monkey or like a dog. The mind can be very carnal in nature. If you leave it alone, it's going to end up eating all the bananas and throwing poop at the wall. That's just the way it is. It'll run you ramshot. It'll run you in all these different directions. But wisdom in this goddess is telling us is that control of the mind is a way so that you can feel at ease and adjust your vibration or your frequency accordingly to your spirit, to connection with higher thoughts and higher frequencies. You can do this. The wisdom to do so is like literally a phone call away. It's literally comes through activities like devotions of the heart, meditations of the heart, and prayers from the heart. This is true wisdom. These are the truest lines of communication that you want to open to yourself. They're more important than any business partner, than any like family member, than anybody, right? Because it's for the settling of the waters around the certainty of the fact that you know who you are deep down inside, for a level of permanence in spirit, in space and time, right? You said your spirit guides are pushing you to do a YouTube channel. Well, that's perfect, because we started this out saying that wisdom is the ability to like kind of release the flood of knowledge. For years and years you've been filling up with knowledge, and then the wisdom comes, or people see the differentiation between knowledge and wisdom is in the ability, wisdom is that ability to share the knowledge with grace, accuracy, and in service to humankind, right? So it's very fitting that you would maybe be thinking of like discussing your knowledge and your experiences through a YouTube channel. Let's just turn back the clock here. We'll go back in time to talk about Métis, the goddess. See what we can find on Métis. All right. Métis literally means wisdom, skill, or craft. In ancient Greek, it was a mystical titaness belonging to the second generation of Titans, so she is very old as well. By the era of Greek philosophy in the 5th century BC, Métis had become the mother of wisdom and deep thought, but her name originally connoted magical cunning and was easily equated with the trickster powers of Prometheus, as with the royal Métis of Zeus. The Stoic commentators allegorized Métis as the embodiment of prudence, wisdom, wise counsel, in which from she was inherited by the Renaissance. Okay? The Greek word Métis meant a quality that combined wisdom and cunning. The quality was considered to be highly admirable. Alright, you put those things together, of course they would be admirable. Speaking of which, Admiral, this combination of things, this is another point of wisdom that's here for you, I feel, Deirdre. Perhaps there are two separate things in your life. There are two separate ideas, seemingly separate goals, or seemingly separate paths, or seemingly separate ideas or things that you do. Think about in ways and merging them, combining them, making hybrids of two different ideas to create one new, novel, brand new idea. It could catapult your ideas for sharing on YouTube. It can open up a whole new genre of understanding for people, or a way of being for people, the potentialities are infinite in this situation. But think about it in regards of like a alchemist, like you're making a soup. You're not in the Wiccan woods doing the thing with the cauldron, but you're making the alchemist soup. You're saying, well, I've got an idea about van life, or just for example, or travel. I've got this philosophy about travel, but I also do this thing about garage sailing. So maybe now I do traveling and garage sailing together and turn it into one great big thing, right? Or I know how to play the guitar, and I know a little bit about Shakespeare. What if I could recite Shakespeare to the sound of my own guitar? That would be friggin' impressive. Of course, these are just weird examples, but however that is for you in your life, hopefully you understand the notion of what I'm saying there. All right, it's that time of the reading, Deirdre. I want you to put something in your heart, something in your mind, and these are your good vibe messages for them. It goes like this. Every day may not be good, but there's something good in every day. Nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I'm possible. And one of my favorite philosophers, Winnie the Pooh, he would contradict that. He would say, people say that nothing is impossible, but that's just not true because I do nothing every day. Right? It's all about how you look at it. Forget all about that macho shit and learn how to play guitar. It's good stuff. I'd be doing what I love to do, help people, and maybe make a little money at the same time. It's a winning combination. It's a win-win come again, alright? Just a second, Deirdre, I'll get you your dragon card. Is a Six of Wands. Okay, victory is assured. Start on it today. Every little thing you do is magic. Every little thing you do just turns you on, and it turns on your ideas. And it is a bit of a turn on. It can get you very excited. Start working towards it too, right? An idea is an idea until your idea starts becoming reality, and you are the one that either dams that up or lets it flow. If you got a few extra minutes each day, look at the small victories. If you did just a little something towards your goal today, that would be that good thing that shined through today. Just like your message said, we don't want to be perpetually just thinking about these things. At some point we actually start doing. We actually ride out of the castle, we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz, right? You actually start doing it. The Six of Wands in the tarot is a victory card. It's the card seen where the person's riding out of the castle on their horse and everybody's cheering them along as they go. So get by with a little help from your friends. Get encouragement from people who are willing to give you encouragement. Seek optimism when you become doubtful of your success. Okay, have faith in that optimism. And don't let anybody tell you that you can't do it or that defeat is certain, because those are the people that just want you to believe that defeat is certain. Okay, that's how that rolls. Stay centered, stay wise. All right, Deirdre. Thanks so much. I hope that reading resonated for you. These are kind of like different styles of reading, kind of enjoyable. We're going to go ahead. This is the last one of the day, and it is for Steve S. Good to have you, Steve. Steve, it's Kali. I feel like we should be like big bass drums going on, big tribal drums happening. This is Kali, the goddess of liberation. Keep doing it. Keep working hard at it, Deirdre. You got this, 100%. Come back if you ever need a little boost or a kick in the butt. I'll be that guy. I'll be that guy. But Steve, liberation. Give me liberty or give me death. Right? Live free or die. Kali, she's got the knives there in her card, being like, Jesus, this freedom thing, this manifest destiny, this idea that you can do whatever you want and it's going to make the collective prosperous for it. What a crazy idea. There's a lot of people out there that don't like that idea. But liberation or liberty is all about that which was constrained is now free to move, right? Liberation is that which was hidden will one day come to light. That which was non-existent now exists, right? You liberate these ideas into reality. So Kali, also known as Kalika, is a Hindu goddess. Kali is the chief of the Madhaviyas. Just probably said that wrong. A group of the 10 tantric goddesses. Kali's earliest appearance is that of a destroyer of evil forces. She is the most powerful form of Shakti and the goddess of one of the 4 subcategories of the Kulumagara, a category of tantric Saivism. She destroys evil in order to protect the innocent. Over time, Kali has been worshipped by devotional movements in tantric sects variously as the Divine Mother, Mother of the Universe, Adi Shakti, or Adi Parashakti. Okay? Kali is often portrayed standing or dancing on her consort, the Hindu god Shiva, who lies calm and prostrate beneath her. Kali worshipped by the Hindus throughout India and Nepal. Yeah, it's powerful stuff, but it's kind of like, just in my knowingness, Steve, with Kali being on the books here, it's kind of like the decision is yours. What you bind yourself to is what you've bound yourself to. What you decide not to bind yourself to, you also liberate yourself from, but you leave it also liberated. So it's like, it depends on what you're doing in your spiritual work. If through all of your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, you're still in Kali mode and you're just destroying evil whenever you see it, you're meditating and actually out there destroying etheric demons just by will of the power of creation of who you are. Keep up the good work. Don't ever step aside from it. If you need a break, though, Kali is there saying the goddess can take over. The goddess can provide you with sanctuary and shelter from always feeling that you need to know more, that you need to slay more dragons, that you need to defeat the evil emperor that lies behind the army, or whatever it is, right? Because we burn out enough good stuff. We burn out enough of the bad out of our own lives. Sometimes we want so much for the best in people and for the best in other people that we try to destroy other people's demons for them, but it's not necessarily our place. The goddess says, help in the ways that you can, but it's not up to you to kick that evil out of that other person's life. Just because you did it for yourself is up to that person to kick that demon or that evil or that hindrance or that habit or that possession out of their life. They need to learn those lessons on their own. You can hold them up, you can guide them, but you can't strike the final blow. That has to come from the conviction of the person's heart in their own and honest and integral way. So through coaching, you can be helping these people, but you're not always there, standing in defense, waiting to strike down things that were meant to come for people to learn more about them in their lives. Okay? And here it is. You can never let your failures define you. You have to let your failures teach you. One of the most important things you can accomplish is just being yourself. So these are very relevant messages for kind of interaction and for sharing. I would really love, Steve, and I feel you have so much to share, that if you ever decided to jump on a platform, to get on a platform, to start a platform, of being another source of age-old wisdom for liberation, I think it would be very successful. Even if you just did it as a hobby, in between transmissions. In between transmissions. I always love all of the links that you share with me, and through the comments sections. And I just think, wow, if Steve had a way to editorialize or to narrate the combination of all of these points of knowledge that all dovetail and synchronize together, if you could articulate them, that would be such a huge liberating force for so many people. But you don't have to. Keep doing what you're doing. That was just my king of wishful thinking that I have for you. We all have them, yeah. And we team up. Oh, there's your dragon card. This hasn't come out yet today. It's the Joker. It's the Toker. It's the Midnight Smoker. Play your music in the sun. Alright? Abstract. This is how we're keeping it right now, I feel. Liberation. It's important to fly under the radar. We've already won the battle. We've already determined that we're gone. We're going where we're going. And those that haven't hopped on board, that haven't flown our way, that haven't tripped to the loo with us, right? Maybe not to the loo. They haven't opened their eyes to the calm after the storm. If they're late to the game, if they're late arriving, we have to be very careful. We don't want them to latch on to our energy. We don't want them to come knocking down our door. And maybe this is just an answer for me as to maybe it's a smart reason why you haven't articulated yourself in a way or on a platform, because it is very powerful, and it is something that, you know, as we battle the forces, carry our crosses and bury our demons, you know, we only deal with what we can handle, and we don't necessarily always want to invite more in. So stay low, stay hidden, keep under the radar, stay abstract, right? Very much so. Scarlet, I did a reading for you today too. If you left and missed it, I'm sorry, I don't know what time it happened at. I think it was like shortly after the 3-hour mark, but I did one of these readings for you here today too. I think you left, I think you missed it. But Steve didn't miss his. This is the Joker, this is the wild thing. I think you're at a time as well, Steve, right now, where you're open to the possibility of, something new could happen. Something new could arrive. Something new should come in as a surprise, I feel, with the Joker being here. Alright? It's very good stuff. Alright. Hey Abigail, good to see you. We just finished reading for Steve. I said that was going to be the last reading of the day, but that's before I saw your beautiful face. And then I saw her face, and I'm a believer without a trace. No doubt in my mind, I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer, I couldn't leave her if I tried. And that's you, Abigail. Hey, lovely soul, I hope you're doing well today. You dumped Shallow Hal off at the bus stop. Any advice on how I can heal from the betrayal I just experienced? Absolutely. Absolutely. We've been doing goddess readings today, Abigail. So I'll do one for you before we wrap up the program. Okay. Oh, don't worry, I can wait. I don't want you to wait. I told you, I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I couldn't leave here not giving you a reading. I couldn't leave here not doing that for you. Okay. Let's do it. Yeah, we got time. We got nothing but time. Alright, I'm going to shuffle up your goddess cards, and let's have a trip back through time to see what the goddess message is for Abigail. Abstract. 13. You lucky, lucky, lucky little Abigail. You've got the card of Lakshmi, fortune, right? Actually, she's in my mantra right now. It goes Om Shri Maha Lakshmi Namaha. She's in my mantra right now for good fortune, for good times. So, how do we heal? We focus on our goodwill and our good fortune. You were lucky. Maybe that's what Lakshmi is saying. You're lucky it happened when it happened. Imagine if he would have played the charade for another 6 months. Imagine if he played the charade and didn't get caught for a year. That would suck. That would suck, the fat one. It would be terrible. That was a horrible use of language, but there was a horrible thing that happened. Can't help but empathize with these things. Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, being like, everything in life happens the way it happens to provide you with the most amount of spiritual growth and security possible to you. The first cut is the deepest, but you got away. Yeah, you were cut. You might have got scarred, but it's not like you were filleted and gutted, and this sort of thing. This guy, because of how shallow they were and how the act of betrayal, it's not like this is somebody that completely lost touch with reality and destroyed everything in their life. You're not destroyed. You're actually refined as a result of this. It's something that he'll never know. And like I said, the fortune of knowing that you were right and you were on the upside of this is don't be surprised when this person comes back. And this is part of your fortune, to be able to say, you know what? My generosity is not my weakness. My vulnerability is not my weakness. I can feel loved and fulfilled through a lover and through a relationship by being vulnerable again. But it's never going to be you again, Jack, because I know where that leads. It leads to a dry well. It leads to an empty space. It leads to deserts and places where there's no nourishment and no growth. So I'm sorry, Jack. I just can't go down that road ever again. And to have the fortune card here when you asked about such a thing, or just in my knowingness of what you're going through, this is how you heal. You recognize that it happened for a reason, and the reason it happened was so that you could be redirected to a path of good fortune, a path of towards success rather than future heartache. And it did so with a talisman that it leaves in the past, so that you know these type of ding-dongs to avoid. It's very good. People teach us stuff whether we know it or not, or whether we like them or not, or however we perceive our role in it played out. We sure do learn a lot about ourselves. Now, Lakshmi is the goddess who leads to the one's goal, and was first mentioned in the Rig Veda. She is the goddess of wealth, fortune, love, beauty, joy, and prosperity. Gee, I feel like I'm describing our channel here. She is both the wife and divine energy of Vishnu, one of the principal deities in Hinduism. She is often depicted with Sarwati and Parvati as forming the Holy Trinity for mankind, and are necessary to according to Hinduism. Okay, Lakshmi emerged from the Connie and primordial ocean, choosing Vishnu as her eternal lover. As mentioned, Vishnu descended on earth, and Lakshmi descended as Sita and Rukmini. So there's a lot of... Hindu's really funny because it has a lot of these family lines and deities that it goes deep into, like compared to the Greeks. It was just like, yeah, their dad is a planet. Hindu is a little bit different in regards to that, but she's very powerful. And if you are wondering how you can heal, why not focus on your best life? Why not focus on the best version of yourself? And I mean, that's the done-up Abigail. That's the Abigail that is turning heads so far that you're breaking the boys' necks as you walk down the street. This is the Abigail that has a set vision for what she wants in her life and decides to harness all that energy of being betrayed and being hurt into something that she has complete control over, and uses to formulate success in her life, and that success leads to that fortune. I mean, that's one thing you could do. You don't have to, that's one thing. You could watch Netflix and drink hot chocolate all winter too. It's up to you. It truly is. But the fortune of being fortunate, sometimes we realize that we feel so unfortunate, yet when we take a look around the room or the abode or the house, we realize, wow, I'm here by myself and it's peaceful, and I'm surrounded with all good things, with all of these amazing things and protection. I really am fortunate, even though I'm feeling very unfortunate about what happened. What could be more unfortunate than what happened? Oh, how about this? He's still right there and is keeping a secret from you. That would suck even worse, right? Intus. See, we told you. She's there. Okay, so this is the point of the reading, Abigail, where I want you to put whatever question it is or whatever you want to know. And I think you've already told me, so we'll keep the good vibe. These are the good vibe messages for your situation. All right. in the running for best human. That's funny. Do good. Feel great. Enjoy the little things, for one day you may look back and realize that they were the big things, right? So take a look around. It's unfortunate that this person took a big piece of your heart and betrayed it. But you're still alive, and when you look around the room, you see all the comforts of home, and you see all the comforts and joys, and you look at the doorway, and you think, I could walk right out that door and begin my future right now, right? These are the little things. They don't always come into our awareness of our consciousness, Abigail, but they're important, because when we look back at them, that one day you'll be like, you know what? If that asshole never dumped me, I would have never got to the emotional level that I did that day to say, God damn it, enough is enough. I'm going to go out and do my life my way. I'm not going to just drift along from one boy to the next hoping to be happy. I mean, they should be lucky to be with you. They should feel lucky to be with me. And the right one will come when they recognize me being the best version of myself, and then I don't have to put up with shallow assholes anymore, right? It's kind of the way that goes. I think you can do it. I'll get a dragon card out for you, Abigail. Alright. There it is. It ain't no surprise either. It's a Three of Swords. This is going to take some time, okay? If you still need to have a couple nights, don't guilt yourself for lamenting this loss, okay? But avoid the narratives that ever tell you that it was your fault or that you weren't good enough, because remember, when it's third party, this deals with the shallowness of one of the parties involved. It means it's very shallow, like somebody's energy was not up to par, somebody's energy was not deep, and you are lucky to be on the outside if you're that looking in. And the fact that this is still showing up, like I said, don't be surprised if this person comes crawling back to you in the near future, right? It always has these tendencies, but you do your part. Get yourself healed up. You know, it's going to take some time, but I encourage you to expedite the process by really getting in touch with mind, body, and spirit and working on yourself so that you get it done in time, so that when they do come crawling back, you say, screw that. I know what I have to do now. I know that I need to attract a whole person by myself, finding happiness from myself, from my journey, right? I can't thank you enough, Abigail. Love you so much. It's hard times. It's Three of Swords. I totally get it. It sucks. We all go through these things. Well, many of us go through these things anyways. And I gotta tell you, as an old sailor of the sea, on the seas of love, I've been there. It hurts. But we can never let it define us. And we have to realize we may get so pissed off, so upset, so angry about it, that we're driven to a new level of commitment to ourselves, that we start accomplishing things that we would have never dreamed of accomplishing before. Okay? Absolutely. It'll take some time, but you will open the gate to the castle again. You will be dancing in the garden of love again. But for now, it's a refinement chapter. It's a refinement phase. It's a refinement where it's like you're going to go in. I wouldn't be surprised if you were like hitting the Peloton and just like making the boys crumble at your feet when you walk by, knowing that, nope, not available. Now is not the right time, because this is Abigail's time. This is my time. And when I feel ready, then yeah, I'll find the right person that comes my way that loves me for who I am, just not an idea of what I am for them. You know? This is simply stated. Okay, Abigail. Much love. Dear Abby. Remember Dear Abby? I feel like we've switched roles. Now I'm Abby. Or I'm the deer. I might be the deer. A doe, a deer, a female deer. Lots of love. Well, the light of the goddesses has shined into many people's living rooms, many people's days, and into many people's readings today. I'd like to thank everybody that came to the program today, that got a reading. If you didn't get a reading, if you were kind of listening and busy reading, maybe some Tolstoy or some Jules Verne, thank you so much for jumping into the conversation and being a part of the channel. I wouldn't do this if it wasn't for you guys. It's always nice to connect with you, and I have some good opportunities this week to do. Always reading the mind, right? Absolutely. Chills all over and over. Yeah, good. That's good. It's meant to, you know, shake you up a little bit. It's what is it? There's an old cowboy. It's like, how'd it go? Oh, I wish I could remember. How does it go? It's dust and mud, it's bulls and blood, it's the roar of the Sunday crowd. It's the white in the knuckle and the gold in the buckle, he'll win in the next go-round. Well, it's boots, it's chaps, it's cowboy hats, it's spurs and a lot of gold. It's the ropes and the reins and the joys and the pains, and they call the thing a rodeo. Right? You might have just had your first rodeo. This isn't our first rodeo. So we'll end the program with a little Girth Brooks. Lots of love, Abigail, and thanks, Steve, for tuning in today. Wouldn't do it without you. Thanks for all the hard work that you do on the moderation scene. All right, to all our members, Scarlet, Jennifer's Love Tarot, or Jennifer's Positive Free Tarot, big shout out to her. Big shout out to all of our friends that came today. We love y'all. All right. All right. Lakshmi Namaha. That's good. Human design. Oh my goodness. That's the song I was thinking of. Song just for you, Abigail. You know, you're not getting flung in the mud anymore. You're gonna be the champion. Okay, that's it. That's all I got today. What is it? How long has it been? Holy smokes! We better get on this downbound train and get the heck out of Dodge, cause nighttime's closing in. It was like 20 degrees here last night. Friggin' winter is all over the place. And you know what? I gotta go find my coat. Absolutely. No, you're the best. You're one of the best moderators of all time. Best moderator of the season. Season 4 almost at a close. I'm gonna take you guys on the road again. Willie Nelson style-y. Alright. I can't seem to shut up my jibber-jabber parts. Thanks, Abigail. So kind of you. Only a couple more members to go, and we can add new emojis. Thanks, I appreciate that so much. Good to see you here today. But for now, this little tarot reader's gotta go have a rest. See you all very soon.